Good morning, everyone. Welcome to this Planning Committee. I'm Councillor Susie Horton and I'm the Chair of the Planning Committee. A little bit of housekeeping. If the continuous fire alarm sounds, please evacuate the room and public gallery by the stairwells. Don't attempt to use the lifts and assemble by Queen Victoria's statue in Guildhall Square. If you did sign in on your way in to the Guildhall, please sign out. The meeting is live web streamed. Welcome to everyone listening at home, and I do know that some people do. But it's so everyone speaking. Can you make sure that you speak with the microphone? And the system that we have here is you press the little sort of rectangular button, but you don't hold it down. You just release it and then do the same at the end. Members of the press and public are permitted to record the meeting on the understanding that it neither disrupts the meeting nor records those stating explicitly they do not wish to be recorded. It's all right. The people who are on this side won't be on the live web stream, but I've kind of mentioned it to them. Everyone else, if you're doing a deputation, you will be on the live web stream. Bit about the voting. When voting, please can members keep their hands raised clearly until the number of votes have been stated. Okay, some introductions. I'm going to start with the committee. I'm going to start to my left.
Gerald Allen Jackson, Councillor in Milton.
Good morning, Chair. I'm Chris Atwell. I am Councillor Hugh Mason, standing deputy today.
Hello, Councillor Denise Perry, Councillor for St Jude's Ward.
Councillor Carl Inman for Cobnett and Anchorage Park.
Good morning, Chair. Councillor Matthew Cordy, member for Hilsey.
Good morning, Chair. Councillor Joe Standen, Councillor for Paulsgrove Ward.
Good morning, Councillor Vallely for Cosham and Vice Chair of this.
Welcome to the committee. So now I'm going to go round the room and ask anyone who is doing a deputation to introduce themselves and to say which item they're doing a deputation on, please. I'm going to start to my right. I'm assuming Simon.
Good morning. I'm Simon Hill and I'm doing deputation on behalf of the applicant for 92 Gladys Avenue and 72 Ophir Road.
The next people are here from the Coastal Partnership, so they're not doing deputations, but they will speak if they need to. So on the back row at the back, hello. Are you doing a deputation? Can you introduce yourself? Thank you.
Yeah, my name's Lynn Corrigan and I'm doing a deputation as the applicant for 4C Wilson Grove. So it's Lynn Corrigan. I'm doing the deputation as the applicant for 4C Wilson Grove.
Thank you. There we go here.
Councillor Russell Simpson, reading deputation for 92 Gladys Avenue and 72 Ophir Road, and I believe a resident has written in, so with permission when it comes to 72 Ophir Road, hopefully I can read their deputation, or at least someone will. But yeah, thank you.
Good morning, Carrie-Anne Wells. I'm agent for the application at 43 Baileys Road. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Nick Rowe from Row Lane Homes doing deputation on 43 Baileys Road.
I'm Nancy Holman. I'm doing a deputation against the application at 4C Wilson Grove.
Welcome to all those who do deputations. Have I missed anyone out? I don't think so. And then last but not least, the council officers. So I'll start to my left.
Anna Martin, Democratic Services.
Morning, Chair, Council members. Edward Chapman-Selden here for the Sea Defence Schemes. Thank you.
Morning, Simon Turner. I'm the Development Management Lead.
Good morning, Chair. David Hodges, Head of Development Management.
Good morning, Juliette Gill, Principal Solicitor, Portsmouth City Council.
I think that's everyone to be introduced. And welcome, we've got two students with us today. Charlie and Martina, and we'll do our best not to put them off for wanting to go into local government or politics, but welcome to the committee as well. Okay, so we will move on now. So just for clarification of the proceedings, I know a lot of people are well rehearsed in this, but For those who aren't, each agenda item will be presented in the following order. The first thing that will happen is the officer's planning application presentation will happen. Then there will be deputations, and the deputations are done in a specific order. Objectors first, the applicants, supporters, then applicants, and then the ward councillors in that order. When we've heard all the deputations, it will go to the committee. And it's really important to say that it's exceptional that we would go back to someone having done a deputation. So it's not a two-way discussion, it's an opportunity for you to say what your views are. Then members will ask questions of the council officers, and then we will go to comments and discussions, and then a proposal will be made by the committee, and there will be a vote. Shall I wait? Because Councillor Hunt has just arrived. I'll let him get settled and then introduce himself. Are you ready to introduce yourself, Councillor Hunt?
I can't hear you at the moment, I just put it on.
that's
Anyway,
what I
I'm
was
Councillor Lee
thinking.
Hunt, so I'm a member of the Planning Committee, and other parts of my duties include helping look after Nelson Ward, which is Stamshaw, Tipner, North End, and parts of Buckland. Thank you, Chair. Sorry I've been
Thank
a
you.
bit late,
Welcome.
but got delayed by seagulls.
Okay, I'm sure we'll hear that later. So, broadly speaking, the order is going to stay in the order that it is, so that we can prioritise the sea defences. Well, it's on there anyway as first, but we will keep to that order. And then the only thing is, as I am doing a deputation on item 9, we might put that to the end, but we'll see how it falls within a break, if that's all right. So, is that okay with the committee? Yes? Right. So the next item on the agenda is apologies for absence. We've heard from that Councillor Chris Atwell is standing deputy for Councillor Hugh Mason, who has sent his apologies. Are there any other apologies? No.
Although he's not on the committee, Councillor Dare he's on care duties this morning, otherwise he would come here to make a deputation.
Thank you. Next item, declarations of interest. This is for the committee. Is there anyone who has an interest in any of these agenda items? No. I am doing, so do I have to say why I'm coming out of the chair? So, okay, I'm coming out of the chair because I understand that I need to be sitting on the committee with no evidence of predetermination. And as I have had many discussions where I have given my view to people in my ward, I think it is sensible for me to come off the committee for that and then speak by my deputation. So that is 9. That is 8 Cleveland Road. Thank you very much. Thank you for reminding me as well. Okay, next item is the minutes of the last meeting. I know not everyone was here, but some of us were. I am assuming that the committee have read these. I think they're accurate. Is there general agreement from people that it's accurate from people who are here? Yes. So I will sign those afterwards. Okay. I believe now we go on to the first substantive item, which is item 4, which is Long Curtain Moat to Eastney Marine Barracks. And it's over to David.
Chair, just before we
yes.
do the presentations, can I just draw members' attention to the SMAT, and in particular the issuing of the new central government guidance on Monday of a new fresh version of the National Planning Policy Framework. So you'll see the NPPF referred to frequently or consistently in all our reports as government policy on planning, where the government reissues this guidance, as it did on Monday. That then becomes the material consideration from that date. So obviously we had to write our reports on the basis of the old version, which was the December 24 version. And over the last 2 days, we've been frantically checking through the new framework to make sure that your recommendations that you've got today are consistent with the revised guidance. As I say, from the new MPPF issued on 17th August sets out government's planning policies for plan making and making decisions, and how they expect these to be applied. So they apply to all the decisions that we need to make today. A very fundamental change that they've made is they've now separated the framework out into plan-making policies and non-statutory development management decision-making policies. The two are not to be confused, so something that's in the policy-making bit shouldn't be used to make a decision, vice versa. They should be consistent, but it's explicit in the guidance that the two shouldn't be flipped around. So it's now a material consideration, so we need to take it into account today in our decisions. So what we've done is gone through the changes. It's fairly radically changed, but nonetheless, you'll see from the SMAT, having made those assessments, we don't need to amend any of our recommendations today, as the recommendations that we've made are consistent with the revised version of the framework. Just as a final point, you will see us often, particularly with residential schemes, refer to the tilted balance that has previously applied. So that applied where the authority couldn't demonstrate an adequate supply of housing land or had failed the housing delivery test. And therefore there was a presumption in favour of residential development. That's been swept away, but what policy S4 of the document, the framework now says, is where you're within a settlement, there's basically a global presumption in favour of that development unless there's a harm identified in the rest of the framework. So the principle is you should approve a scheme within within a development boundary unless the framework gives you a reason for harm to refuse it. So from now on, we won't be talking about tilted balance because it will just automatically be a presumption in favour of development within the city. I hope that's clear. As I say, if there's any, we will look to try and do some briefing notes when we've got had a chance to digest it more fully, so we can highlight to members any things in the guidance that they may need to know going forward.
It's written down here. Sorry, Councillor Hunt and then Councillor Vernon-Jackson.
Does it make any real difference to what went before? Is it just differently? I know it's differently worded, and you'll probably say there is a difference, but to us, to the ordinary person, does it make any real difference?
That's impossible to say. It's very different in terms of its form and a lot of detail, but with the wide-ranging scope of planning and the myriad of things that could come before you from residential schemes, flood defence schemes, industrial, commercial, all these kind of things, leisure. There are significant changes in that, and we could spend 2 hours going through all the changes.
Yeah, sure. He said that he talked about doing a
briefing.
A thing for a councillor. I would be interested in that. Others will be too, I'm sure.
Councillor Vernon-Jackson.
Thank you, David. My understanding was that there was a presumption in favour of development across the city anyway, so that probably doesn't change things. But in areas like conservation areas, where we have to balance that anything coming forward enhances an area as opposed to anything else, does that change that with the new guidance?
So the guidance is broadly the same. There's a statutory test, so that can't be changed by the framework, so the government can't change what's in the legislation through the framework. And that statutory test for a conservation area is to preserve or enhance the character or appearance. So a neutral effect preserves it. The broad points about where there's a harm, you need to weigh that harm against a public benefit. That still applies. So broadly, that guidance is still the same, and there's still a heavy emphasis in the framework on heritage assets.
So the bit, David, that worried me when I heard was the presumption in favour of development anywhere within a 10-minute distance of a railway station. Does that affect, for instance, public open space?
So there's a whole raft of policies relating to that particular thing. I think the other issue is there are still policies within that framework about provision, protection and of open space and recreation. So you have to kind of balance those, as you often do, balance policies which may be competing against each other. In terms of the sort of detail of that particular development around train stations, I think that would be sensible for to pick up in the briefing so that you're clear on those sort of details if it's where it may have effect on the city.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now we will move on to the first application, which is presented by Edward. Over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, members. So this application 26005878 VOC is an application to vary condition 1 of 25 permission, which itself was varying condition 1 of the original 2019 scheme that was approved for the cedar fences from Long Curtain Moat through to Eastney Barracks. This application relates to sub-frontage 6, which is, I'll come on to in a minute, which is the bit from just east of South Parade Pier to the Coffee Cup at Eastney, and represents the last of the sort of new build, if you like, cedar fence sections. There is a sub-frontage beyond it to the east, known as sub-frontage 7, which relies primarily or almost entirely on the width of the natural beach as its cedar fence. There will be some works to the promenade and the esplanade and so on in due course, but that is in the future. So coming back to the matter in hand, this slide sets out the project timeline, which I'm sure
Can I ask, this has happened with David as well. I think it's the background noise of the fans, and you're quite softly spoken, all of you. Can you, when you speak, can you just try and get your mic as close as possible?
Is that
Thank
better?
you.
Right, okay.
Thank you.
Apologies. So this slide is, I'm sure you're all very familiar with, shows the timeline of the project to date, and some images of some sections of the frontages. As I say, the original planning permission was granted in December 19, and there have been a raft of Section 73 applications since then. Sub-frontages 1, 4 and 5 are complete, and sub-frontage 3 is due to complete in the summer of this, or was completed in the summer of this year, I think. This slide, again, you'll be familiar with. This is the scenario if the cedar fences weren't built. This shows the extent of coastal flooding that could occur, with the purple shading being the deepest water, some 4 meters deep. So the scheme is designed to protect, I think, about 10,000 homes and about 700 businesses, I'm told. So is of benefit, is of significant benefit, I would suggest, to the city as a whole. So, turning to today's application, we're looking at the area within the red box on the screen. As I previously described, it's the area just east of South Parade Pier to the Coffee Cup, includes Canoe Lake Park, Lumps Fort and the Pitch and Putt golf course. Shown in more detail on these location plans. The proposed changes set out from the original consented scheme are set out in the officer report under section 3. Unfortunately, there are no page numbers on the report. I do apologise for that. The table under figure 3 in your report does set out the changes. I should explain that chainage is a surveying term, but in this case, a chain is 100 metres rather than the more traditional surveyor's chain of 66 yards. So with chain 0 being near Long Curtain Moat, so to give you an idea, we're at 2.7 to 2.9 kilometres, going up to 3.8 kilometres away from Long Curtain Moat, if that's of interest to you. So just to briefly run through the changes, in terms of the primary defence, the change is that the rock armour toe is being removed from the design. This is no longer required for scour protection due to the extent of the beach. The step revetment has been removed from chainage 2985 onwards due to a minimal raising of the promenade, and therefore the revetment is not required to manage the level change between the promenade and the beach. The secondary defences, the change is 2 floodgates introduced, removing the need for large-scale earth embankments on the northern edge of the Canoe Lake car park. The beach was re-nourished in the winter of 25-26, and there's no change to that. In addition to those changes, there are some changes to the promenade and landscaping. As shown on this slide, the plinth where the Southsea Beach Cafe currently is, so in this area here is being enlarged to accommodate a future development of a redeveloped Southsea Beach Cafe, restaurant, cafe area. That is the subject of a future application and is currently in the sort of pre-application stage. Whilst the Esplanade itself, promenade, will be finished in the same finishes as consistent with previously completed sub-frontages, the area where the future building is to be located will be finished in a resin-bound gravel, which is an equally high quality finish, but will allow for the future development of that site going forward. There will also, the existing ramps and access steps at the pier entrance will be retained. Access steps and the pedestrian access will be located opposite the ocean at the end of the lane. The pedestrian access ramp will be at an incline to accommodate wheelchair users. Ramped beach access is included at various intervals elsewhere. Crossing points are included in various places along the Esplanade to retain and improve the connection with Canoe Lake. Access steps and ramps have been proposed to replicate or better existing provisions where possible. Terrace planting has been included, again with a mix of planting as consistent with previous sub-frontages. Conditions requiring the details of planting and other matters will of course be details of which will be submitted in due course. In addition, and subject to a separate application on your agenda, is the need to dismantle, repair and reconstruct 16 Grade 2 listed lamp columns. These are to be located as close to their existing positions as possible. I'll go into a bit more detail when I present that item. And as with previous sub-frontages, modern lighting included at various intervals to provide sufficient improved lighting along the promenade and cycleway. In terms of highway changes, the road will remain two-way with a new reduced 20-mile-an-hour speed limit between Canoe Lake and the Coffee Cup. There will also be a 7.5-ton weight restriction. The parking will remain parallel with the total number of spaces reduced slightly to facilitate the increased number of crossing points. The two-way cycle lane constructed at Subfrontage 5 East will be extended along Subfrontage 6. The cycle lane will tie into the existing cycle lane at the Coffee Cup, and a parallel crossing will be introduced at the St George's Junction to enable the network heading north. A 20-metre long loading bay has also been proposed to the east of South Parade Pier, and another 20-metre loading bay will be introduced at the you can see it here, at the plinth to facilitate the servicing of that property. Construction compound stays the same. Delivery of plant and materials will be by land only. There are not expected to be any marine vessel movements in this instance. So this, yeah, this slide shows the pad in a bit more detail. Moving further east, Lumps Fort tie-in. The pitch and putt course will be protected by a secondary defence along the northern edge of the road, and that shows the end of the scheme as far as this application goes. In terms of crossings, there are. Let's go back to my notes. There are 3 existing crossings, 1 signalised and 2 zebra, and there will be 6 crossings in total once this sub-frontage is complete. The existing signalised crossing will be removed and reinstated slightly east to make it safer. The 2 existing zebra crossings will be renewed. 2 new zebra crossings and 1 parallel crossing will be introduced. They are to be located at with the zebra crossing across to Canoe Lake at the western side of Lumps Fort, a zebra crossing at the eastern end of Lumps Fort by the cricket ground, and a parallel crossing at the western side of St George's Road Junction. As again with previous applications, Coastal Partners have very kindly provided us with a set of CGIs to show how the scheme will look once complete. Here you can see the certainly the slide on the bottom, the picture on the bottom right, showing an existing lamp column and new lamp columns interspersed. So that concludes my presentation. As set out, the planning considerations are as set out in the officer report, and the recommendation is to grant permission. Thank you.
Thank you, Edward. There are no deputations, so just to remind the committee, we've been here before with this scheme, so this is about varying planning permission. It's not starting from scratch. We're not giving planning permission from scratch, so it's varying the planning permission. As I say, we've done this on all of the frontages because the original planning application was a long time ago, and as we've developed, there are very sensible changes. Also, a reminder to the committee, it is not about a planning application for any future concession. And in this particular instance, we won't spend so much time on the lamp columns because that's the next agenda item. We will go to questions. And I'm just going to use chair's privilege a minute. Can I ask? Thank you for giving us information about the additional crossings. Can I just clarify that a parallel crossing, does that mean that includes cycles, or what's a parallel crossing? Can I ask is it include cycles?
It does. I've just had.
So it's like a tiger crossing?
Yeah, so it will be like a zebra crossing with a cycle
Are they not called tiger crossings anymore?
Yeah, I think it has been, referenced in that way.
I just wanted to check. So that makes sense, doesn't it? Because that's that main road coming in at St George's Road. Okay, I just wanted to clarify. Sorry, thank you. I jumped in with a question. Now questions open out. Councillor Standen had his hand up earlier, so I'll go to you first.
Yeah, sorry. I know obviously this has been granted planning permission before, but it's obviously changing. Do we have a comparison to what permission was granted compared to what it's going to come to? Because all I've seen is what we've all... Sorry. Do we have a comparison to what we've already granted compared to what we want to change it to? Because on the slides, it just showed me what it was changing to.
I'm afraid I don't to hand, Councillor. Suffice to say that what was permitted is broadly very similar to what is being... I mean, this is as a result of some re-engineering of the scheme, taking into account the latest modelling in terms of sea level rise and so on, and inevitably some value engineering, I think, in terms of materials, but maintaining the whole purpose of this is to maintain the very high standard that's been achieved further to the west. But I don't actually have the original scheme drawings available today, I'm afraid.
No, that's absolutely fine, and no, I completely agree with you. I think the new sea defences make our seafront the best on the south coast by a long distance now. So well done on what you've done with that before. And again, just for my own peace of mind, the current businesses that are on the site where this new pad's going to be put, has there been made any sort of? This may have been agreed previously, but I wasn't on the council at that point, so I don't know. The current sort of kiosks that are there and the current cafe that are there. Is there anything been put aside for them? Does their lease run out and it's just not being renewed, or are they going to be allowed to put their kiosks back on the site once they're built?
That is really a sort of question for the property team here. I think their leases are being reviewed, and I understand that a new building or buildings on the plinth will certainly be available for the existing franchises should they wish to take it up. Yeah.
Wonderful. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We just need to stick to the planning application that we have in front of us. That's why I thought that might come up, so that's why I kind of raised that. We need to stay focused on this. Any other questions about the planning application in front of us? Councillor Hunt.
Wondered, Chair, could you tell us, in future, under the new arrangements, when we go, it's just process, will this sort of thing still come?
Short answer, yes, because it's a major scheme and the council has an interest, yeah.
Councillor Atwell, marginally before Councillor.
Just a very quick question about the representation that was made around the speed limits. It's addressed at 10.2 in the report, and it says the last bit is if there's a clear safety benefit of doing so. Just to give reassurance to the person who might be watching who made the representation, what does that mean? Clear like what?
Sorry, Councillor Edward, could you ask that question again?
Yes, sorry. So the representation was around speed limits at Granada Road and St Helens Parade. It's addressed at 10.2 and says that about the principle about extending coverage, if there is a clear safety benefit, how can we reassure people what a clear safety benefit looks like?
Not being a highways engineer, but I would think that there would be an audit of a safety audit carried out, and if it was proven that there was a need for an extended 20-mile-an-hour limit, that would be included in the proposals that would come forward as part of the construction transport management plan condition.
Okay. Any other questions? Sorry, Councillor Inman.
Thank you, Chair. My main concern is with this concrete pad that we're going to be approving, so it is to do with, it's quite pertinent. What I want to know is what budget has been set aside for the building to be built, what the plans are, how far down the stage are we with this plan. So my fear is we're going to end up with a concrete pad sat there bare for the next 3-4 years. If it was approved, we seem to be, it's a bit like chicken or egg, which comes first. I'm very aware of other pads that we have in the city that have been built that are still empty, and I'm just wanting some reassurance that this will get developed, especially with local government reorganisation coming up, where the council may not have the money to fund it.
Councillor, thank you for your question. I mean, somewhat outside the scope of this application, but I am involved with pre-application discussions for a replacement building on that pad. Obviously, that is all confidential to the council at the moment, but I'm told there will be a public consultation event in October, so fairly soon, where proposals will be presented for people to vote on. So there is impetus, there is momentum for providing a new restaurant cafe franchise facility and facilities for the sea swimmers, I'm told as well, on that pad.
I guess the question for us is, does that make a difference to the determining what we've got in front of us? I'm not saying that it's completely irrelevant, but in my opinion, I think the planning application we have in front of us, the amendment, is not contingent on a future building, which I'm Yeah. I just don't know any more than that about it. So we have a choice here. We either focus on this, or if that does seem relevant, then we have to make another decision. Any other question? Oh, Councillor Vernon Jackson.
Well, it was just a reply to Councillor Inman's question. In the past, we've done different things in terms of down the seafront. With some places, when we didn't know how it was going to work, the people who wanted a concession paid for the building themselves and therefore have a lower rent. Because they're making so much money, and the other ones, the council, I understand, has wanted to do the bill themselves so that we take the profit. But the chance of it remaining empty is zilch, because people make so much money on that seafront that there is huge demand. So empty it will not be.
Okay, any other questions? No. Councillor Hunt, you're going to kick off on the comments?
Yeah, I am.
I've got a feeling I know what the content might be.
Chair, and I hope you'll indulge me. You know what I'm like, you know. But the thing is, first of all, I want to thank my Portsmouth My Drone Portsmouth, and the officers and South Sea Coastal Defence who have, you know, and the committee here. We come at this with a great openness. So that a lot of details being discussed over so many years, and I think it all adds up to the enormous success and acceptance of the change along the seafront, which at first quite a lot of people did not want and did not like. But that is all in the past now, and we see these applications coming up time and again, and that helps the public scrutinise what we're doing. I want to reassure my colleagues in this room that when I sat there one weekend, a long weekend, when we first introduced the South Sea Seafront Strategy and South Sea Seafront, I grew a beard answering queries from people. Oh my goodness, you know, this is terrible, that is terrible, and it's dreadful what you're doing and everything. And now we see all along our evolved seafront, it's not been a revolution, it's been an evolution. We saw these wonderful eateries, new places, events. We see the beach volleyball. We see we've opened up some of the private tennis clubs that were along there. They're now publicly accessible, and we bring all these quality cafes and eateries. Not least the Coffee Cup at Eastney. When I was hoping they would want to double their size, and I think they're going to do that now. But that was a partnership, as you say, enormously successful. And again, we had people opposing us left, right, and centre, but we got on and we pushed it through. So I'm glad we are where we are. And I want to thank the officers and everybody who's been involved in this to secure the money, not least Councillor Hugh Mason, who's not terribly well at the moment, but in hospital. If he is listening, if he is that hard up, like Councillor Dare will be, I'm sure, at home. Hi, Richard. I'm sure he'll be delighted to see where we are going with all of this. And I do regret the missing of the zigzag line, but that's where we are. It's a new look of new style seafront, lots of sporting activity. And one of the great things about it is way back in my days, we used to see so many terrible accidents along the seafront with the kids running up and down at speed in their cars, turning it into a racing track. Tilting the balance back in favour of pedestrians and away from cars is absolutely the right way to go for our seafront, which is attracting millions, as somebody said earlier on, millions and millions of visitors every year, which 11 million altogether into Portsmouth. Probably gone up since I last looked. But and supporting thousands, over 10,000 jobs. So this council's done a damn good job of looking after the visitor economy of this city. I'm just very sorry that local government reorganisation might, as somebody said, have an adverse impact on that. I hope not, because the seafront evolves itself, I think, now. So well done to everybody, and including this committee and the council and the leadership of the council.
Am I picking up that you're...
I'm moving the officer's report. If there's any conditions, I'm moving those too.
Thank you. I've got Councillor Vernon Jackson, and then I'll come to Councillor Valley.
Thank you. I'm happy to second this. It seems a very good, sensible report. The whole project has been way more impressive than I think most people thought it would be, and it's gone down really well with local residents. And I think we need a thanks to everybody involved. I think particularly, and it's easier to say it when he's not here, but Hugh Mason, we put Hugh on the Regional Flood Defence Committee for the South East many years ago. When we were out of power, there was moves to get him off, but we found a way of keeping him on. And because of his professional knowledge, he managed to mug that budget for most of its money to come to Portsmouth. So he's really unpopular outside of Portsmouth because he's got most of the money to come here. And I think he's done a really good job. It's not just the South Sea bit, but the whole Portsea Island bit has been very good. I'm really pleased there's going to be a crossing near where the cricket club is. That is lethal. I see people trying to cross there too often, taking their lives in their hands. I'm not sure how we're going to do the visibility displays, but I'm sure actually just having a crossing there will be a way of doing this. But I also want to get us to remember back to reaction when this was first proposed. And I know it's slightly controversial, but I think it is important to remember that one of the first actions of the new MP for Portsmouth South was to write to the government to say, don't give Portsmouth this money, please take it back, it's not needed. And how wrong he was then, and how wrong he is now.
Thank you for those. Any other members of the committee want to make any comments? I'm sensing a unanimous agreement, but hey, I have been wrong first. Well, I'm just looking at the comments that people are doing, saying. Yes, thank you to the team for coming along prepared to answer questions, but also thanks for the whole scheme. I think the success for me has been engagement, because as we know, as councillors, we're all councillors on this committee, that most people are happy to accept things when they feel that they've been listened to, where their ideas have been taken into consideration, and when sometimes, even if it doesn't go their way, they've been given the time and the explanation. I think the other thing I want to make a point about this is it's still fundamentally an engineering project. And what we've done as a council, but also this committee, is had influence on the public realm bit, which is the bit that people notice, but essentially it's saving people's lives. It is an engineering project first and foremost. So altogether, very positive, just adding that in. So we've got a proposal in front of us from Councillor Hunt, seconded by Councillor Vernon Jackson. Councillor Valley, did you say anything? Okay, sorry, I suddenly realised that I hadn't come to you. Members, if you'd like to vote, if you're in support of that proposal to improve planning permission. Okay. So it is unanimous. Not that I was preempting it. I just was picking up the vibe of the room. Thank you. So we'll move straight on to the next agenda item, which we've probably rehearsed a lot of the stuff, but it's specifically about the Grade 2 listed lamp columns, which we have to have separate permission because it's listed buildings consent, I understand. So back over to Edward.
Thank you, Chair, members of the committee. Yes, indeed, this is a application reference 2600579, listed building consent application for the removal and repositioning of 16 Grade 2 listed lamp columns along the seafront. As you will probably know by now, there are some 40 Grade 2 listed lamp columns within the boundary of the sea defence scheme as a whole, 34 of which are affected, and this application covers 16 of those. They are Grade 2 listed. Key aspects of their setting contribute to their significance include their regularity and uniformity along the seafront and their survival as a cohesive group. The recreational aspect of the seafront promenade aids the appreciation of their location and of their function and historical and artistic interests. So they're having to be temporarily displaced to make way for the construction of the new scheme. As this slide shows, they are present within sub-frontages 3, 5, 6 and 7. Within sub-frontage 6, they're retained as close to their original positions as possible and additional modern lighting introduced. All subject to detailed method statements, etc., which will be agreed and have been agreed with the Council's Conservation and Listed Buildings Officer. Again, this shows the location of where we're talking about. This slide, difficult to see, but is from the environmental statement and gives you a rough idea of the sort of light cast by the get my pointer back. Light cast by the traditional columns and the light cast by the modern columns that will be introduced to the scheme. And this just some images of the columns that the type of columns that we're talking about. In terms of their, beg your pardon, I thought I had a, yes, here we go, sorry. This slide here shows, difficult to see, I agree, at the scale, but the green dots are the existing locations, and as previously mentioned, they are basically to be located extremely close to their existing locations once the promenade is complete. The only change is by way of the concrete pad that we previously talked about, where they will be located at either end of the pad to sort of bookend the new development that is proposed on that pad. So the considerations are all set out in the officer report. No objection from the Council's Conservation Listed Buildings Officer. English Heritage declined to comment, Historic England rather declined to comment, deferring it to local determination, and the recommendation is to grant. Thank you.
Thank you. Again, we have no deputations. Are any questions from the committee for either Edward or the team? Don't think so. Any? Yes, Councillor Standard.
Could you bring up the slide where it shows where the light goes either side again for me? Yeah. So is that going to be how they're placed? So we'll have one of the existing ones with a new one and then an existing one, or is that just to show the light? Okay. And again, probably not a planning consideration, but can we not make the new ones look like the old ones?
I think the new ones have been designed to be a representative of the new era, if you like, and are contemporary in design, and have been previously agreed with Historic England and with our conservation officer as being suitable to intersperse the Grade T listed columns.
Okay, thank you.
Can I, following on from Councillor Standard's question, have there been the new version, have they been used at other places along the seafront and the other frontages so far?
Yes, they have.
Yeah.
Yes, they have.
So that they're consistent with that.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Any comments or proposals? Councillor Hunt again, followed by Councillor Vernon-Jackson.
So we've done this before, previously, further along. There's absolutely no reason to be alarmed about it or to set any hairs running at all. It's going to be, as you say, Chair, use were consistent all the way along the seafront. It's marvellous, and we look forward to it. And of course, the use of LED lights and so on, much better than before, reducing the consumption of energy, etc., etc., etc.
Am I taking that
Yes,
as a
I'm moving with any conditions that might be there.
Yes. So this is about conditional consent of listing buildings consent. Councillor Vernon-Jackson.
Happy to second.
Thought that might be it. Okay, so we have that proposal in front of us for conditional buildings consent, listed buildings consent, sorry. All those in favour? Unanimous. Very much. Thank you, Edward. Thank you to the team for coming. I guess this is billed as a success when you've come along and you haven't had to actually say anything. You're welcome to stay for the rest of the meeting, but I understand that if you might have other things to do. So thank you very much for attending. Okay. Let's just allow for some reshuffling. So, next agenda item 6 is 4C Wilson Grove, and I believe the presentation is done by David.
Yes, thank you. Oh, we've got hang on, we'll get the right presentation up first. Yes, thank you, Chair. So this is an application at 4C Wilson Grove for the reconstruction of a boundary wall to incorporate new pedestrian and vehicle access, hard standing and drop curb. Some of the members may recall that an application previously was put in on this site for an access. As officers, we recommended it for approval. The members refused the application on the basis of the harm and impact to the conservation area, and a subsequent appeal was dismissed. So the inspector upheld the committee's decision, and as we set out in the report, the principal concerns were over the impact of the access on the conservation area. So the site is edged in red there and extends onto the highway where the proposed access will go. And just to highlight, the applicant has confirmed that they do control a garage and a block to the northeast, which is northwest, sorry, which is highlighted in blue there, and you'll see reference to the garage in the report. So the aerial view of the site, and principally we've put this in just so you can see where existing on-street parking is available. So it's a permit area, and you can see the areas where there is on-street permit parking, the accesses with the solid white lines, and also the access into the garage block to the north of the site. So, just for clarity in relation to the nature of the development, so this is from the applicant's planning statement. So the original appearance of the site is at the top, where there was a pedestrian gate and the wall. This is at the bottom is the current appearance of the site, where the wall has been removed and hard surfacing in place. On the next slide is the scheme, which was this is the property as it was originally before the wall was removed. And on the next slide is the scheme that was dismissed at appeal. So it included the removal of the wall and a cast iron gate as shown, or a railing style gates, and the whole of the frontage given over to parking. So that was dismissed, and you'll see the reasons set out in the report for why that was. So the current scheme is an attempt to address those issues, which caused the inspector to refuse the appeal. So what your current scheme will be to rebuild moving from right to left on this picture, rebuild the brick pier, install 1 metre high gates, reinstate the section of the wall, put back the pedestrian gate largely in the position that it previously was, and then reconstruct the wall back to the part that's still remaining. Just to highlight a couple of issues about what does and doesn't need planning permission. So only the removal of the original wall requires planning permission as demolition in the conservation area, and the parts of this wall which exceed 1 metre, so basically the piers. So a wall or a gate up to 1 metre high can be built adjoining the highway boundary, whether you're in a conservation area or not, as permitted development. So what that looks like in terms of the layout, so it is now changed, so it's a single parking space located in the north of the site, behind the gates, pedestrian gate you can see there as well. And also they are now indicating a EV charging point to be constructed to the front. And as that was a benefit which wasn't before the committee previously, you'll see that we recommend that that be delivered as a condition on this particular application. Just some views of the site, which show the current appearance with the wall removed, and as I say, the current proposal is to reinstate that in part and provide the gates. So looking at the previous appeal decision, it's evident that the applicant has sought to overcome the reasons, or sought to address the reasons why the inspector dismissed the previous scheme. We've considered these, and our assessment is against the original appearance of the site, that we are in effect achieving a neutral impact on the conservation area. So in effect, there's no, it meets the statutory test, and there's no harm. We have a neutral effect. The provision of the access isn't objected to by your highways officer, so they're satisfied it's reasonably safe. And our understanding is also that the application for the drop curb has also been approved as well. You'll see we've addressed the issue in the report about the use of the garage. From our point of view, that's not determinative either way. We don't necessarily accept that the garage is unusable. Even if it is unusable, that doesn't mean that you have to approve an access on the frontage of the property. So it's not the determining factor in this decision on the merits of it. But from our point of view, we think this is now has satisfactory impact on the conservation area, is safe in highway terms, and therefore is recommended for approval, Chair.
Thank you. So we'll go to the deputations now. The first deputation is from Nancy Holman, who is objecting. You have up to 6 minutes. I'll give you a warning when there's about 30 seconds to go. All right, Nancy.
Thank you very much for allowing me to speak on behalf of the objectors. This scheme is better than the original, but better is not the policy test. The question is whether heritage harm remains, and, if it does, whether it's justified and outweighed by genuine public benefits. The wall's history actually matters. The wall was a planning condition for this development of the 6 properties at Wilson Grove in 1975. It was expressly imposed to maintain the appearance, townscape of the area, and its significance is not something objectors have invented retrospectively. Portsmouth's own planners secured it. I ask members to treat paragraph 8.4 in the officer's report with a little bit of caution. It repeats the earlier heritage officer's assessment that 4C made only a neutral or low contribution to the conservation area, on which basis officers previously gave only limited weight to the remaining or retaining the wall. But that judgment did not survive the appeal. Paragraph 8.9 rightly confirms that this application must be judged against the wall that existed before its unauthorized demolition. The question, therefore, is whether this proposal adequately restores it. The applicant says it restores the traditional wall, pier, gate, wall rhythm. But the historic rhythm comes from scale, proportion, and repetition, punctuated by narrow pedestrian openings. So I've given PCC some pictures of the gate, in the wall in situ around all of the properties. So a 2.67 meter vehicular opening beside another 0.9 meter pedestrian opening is something different. Restoring some of the wall is not the same thing as restoring its composition. I accept that this is less harmful than the larger opening considered by the inspector, but the report doesn't demonstrate how less harm has become no harm. Part of the wall Portsmouth required to maintain the development's appearance is still permanently replaced by a vehicular opening. Nor do solid gates resolve this problem. Both the inspector and the officer acknowledge their closure cannot be enforced When open, a 2.7 meter gap remains in the boundary, whose continuity and enclosure the inspector found contribute positively to the conservation area. If we move on from this to the planning balance in the existing parking, national policy requires great weight to be given to conservation and any heritage harm to be clearly and convincingly justified. If members find harm remains, it must be weighed against the public benefits. Here, the property already has a substantial off-street garage parking. The garage is within the applicant's ownership. It is served by private rear access provided for these 6 properties. So the issue is not whether an additional parking space would be convenient, but what weight that parking benefit, together with private EV charging, can carry against remaining heritage harm. The officer finds that the parking effect is neutral and gives EV charging only a minor positive weight. Government guidance says public benefits should benefit the public at large. I therefore question how much weight these essentially private benefits can carry in the public benefit balance, and whether any remaining heritage harm has been clearly and convincingly justified. Finally, the crossover. I totally accept that PCC's vehicle access policy is not development plan policy, and the lawfulness of the crossover is not for this committee to decide. But its circumstances are relevant to the weight given to the claimed planning benefits. The crossover enables the vehicular opening, hard standing, and additional parking and EV charging, which is now relied upon for the planning balance. Yet the officer's own report acknowledges that it was granted notwithstanding PCC's vehicle access policy criteria. That matters because the submitted information shows an existing garage provision exceeding the policy's minimum dimensions and served by private rear access. Had ordinary 2019 policy criteria been applied to those garage and access arrangements, the policy suggests that a drop curb would not have been approved. There is a very useful recent case in Brighton and Hove I would draw your attention to. Here, Highways consent for a crossover had already been issued, and the officer expressly treated that as a separate procedure, which did not prejudice the planning judgment. Despite no transport objections, and despite private EV charging being advanced as a way of reducing emission and giving public benefit, the committee refused retrospective planning permission for the hard standing and the boundary wall alterations because of their impact on the conservation area. Importantly, the applicant appealed, and the appeal was lost, so the appeal was dismissed. The principle is straightforward. Highways approval for crossovers does not create planning justification for heritage harm. So in conclusion, members, this is a better scheme, but the officer has demonstrated why it's less harmful. I respectfully suggest the report has not demonstrated why it's not harmful at all. English Heritage's Conservations at Risk work identifies loss of boundary walls amongst one of the significant threats to conservation areas. My own research alongside Gabriel Alfelt for English Heritage addressed a different related question, and it showed that the distinctive and coherent character of conservation areas creates value beyond the individual properties. Our case study work also identified that the loss of front gardens to parking as a recurring concern for conservation areas. It is why incremental changes of this kind matter, and they matter a lot. If you find that any heritage harm remains, however limited, national policy requires that harm to be given weight and weighted against genuinely public benefits of this proposal. Improvement alone is not enough.
Okay.
Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you very much for your deputation, Nancy. And I'll go now to Lynn Corrigan, who is the applicant. You have up to 6 minutes as well. I'll give you 10 seconds extra if you need it to make it fair.
Thank you. Can you hear me this time? Yeah. Okay. So yeah, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today in support of my planning application at 4C Wilson Grove. I'd like to start by acknowledging the previous appeal decision. I fully understand the concerns that were raised at the time, particularly around the amount of boundary wall that was removed, the loss of enclosure and the design of the gates. The application has been specifically revised in response to those concerns. It's not simply a repeat of the previous proposal. The amount of wall being removed has been substantially reduced, with the majority of the original brick boundary wall being reinstated. The vehicular opening has been reduced to 2.7 metres. There is a separate pedestrian gate reflecting the original pedestrian access, and the previous wrought iron gates have been replaced with solid timber gates.
Could you move slightly nearer to the microphone, because people are struggling to hear?
Do you need me to repeat any of that?
Do we need any repetition? Okay, I'm really sorry. I really just noticed that people couldn't. So what I'll do is, can you just put it right in front of you? I know the chairs are a nightmare. You have to get right close.
Shall I
if you
start from the beginning?
start again.
Okay.
But we'll let you know within 10 seconds whether we can hear you. All right,
thank
go
you.
for it.
Is that better?
It seems better.
So thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today in support of my planning application at 4C Wilson Grove. I'd like to start by acknowledging the previous appeal decision. I fully understand the concerns that were raised at the time, particularly around the amount of boundary wall that was removed, the loss of enclosure and the design of the gates. The application has been specifically revised in response to those concerns. It is not simply a repeat of the previous proposal. The amount of wall being removed has been substantially reduced, with the majority of the original brick boundary wall being reinstated. The vehicular opening has been reduced to 2.7 metres. There is a separate pedestrian gate reflecting the original pedestrian access, and the previous wrought iron gates have been replaced with solid timber gates. These changes are intended to retain the sense of enclosure and prevent views into the property whilst using traditional materials that are sympathetic to the surrounding conservation area. Since the previous appeal, I have worked closely with my architect and engaged constructively with the planning team to try to find a reasonable solution. I have listened to the concerns raised by the inspector and have been willing to make significant changes to the proposal rather than simply repeat the previous application. I am also aware that the existing garage has been raised as an objection. I have explained why that garage isn't a practical parking solution for me, including the limitations around its use and electric vehicle charging. However, I understand that the application needs to be considered on its planning merits, and I believe the revised proposal does that. I also recognise the concern about the loss of one on-street parking space. The proposal does remove approximately one on-street parking space, but it provides one off-street parking space in its place. The officer has therefore assessed the impact as neutral and considers the proposal acceptable in highway safety terms. The current proposal also includes provision for an electric vehicle charging point, which was not part of the previous scheme. I am particularly pleased that the planning officer has recognised the changes that have been made. The report describes the proposal as a reasoned and reasonable response to the previous appeal and concludes that it will preserve the character and appearance of the conservation area. The officer has also concluded that the proposal is acceptable in highway safety terms and its impact on neighbouring properties. I appreciate that there have been objections, and I respect the fact that the neighbours have expressed their concerns. However, I hope the committee will consider the proposal that is actually before you today, rather than the scheme that was previously dismissed. I believe I have listened to the previous decision, worked through the planning process constructively, and made significant changes to arrive at a smaller, more sympathetic and proportionate proposal. And I therefore respectfully ask the committee to support the Planning Office recommendation and grant conditional planning permission. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for repeating it as well, Lynn. Appreciated. The third deputation is from Councillor Hugh Mason, who has obviously written this from his hospital bed. It says on the deputations list that Councillor Atwell's doing it, but you want me to do it? Yes, I've got it in front of me, because you don't. Do you not have it? Okay. So I will read this out then. This is from Councillor Mason. Chair, members, this is an unusual planning application. The committee frequently considers applications to modify or disregard conservation area guidelines where a property built long before the conservation area was introduced needs to modernise or expand. This application is, however, made in different circumstances. The Campbell Road Conservation Area was implemented in 1972. This row of houses was built in 1976 and, unlike much modern building, conform with and enhance the conservation area. They have matching walls, slightly larger than average forecourts, and garages for each house located at the rear. They are an exemplar of good design responsive to the conservation area. I suggest that the committee needs to be convinced of an overriding necessity for development if they are to approve this application. Alongside the specific considerations of this application, the proposal needs to be evaluated against the citywide application of PCS 23 and also against the weight which must now be given to policies PLP 53 and PLP 55 of the emerging local plan, which set out the city's intention for preserving and enhancing the historic areas of our city, and which, of course, Wilson Grove is one. I suggest, therefore, that insufficient grounds have been suggested for departing from the existing and emerging local plans or the established conservation area guidelines. I request the committee to reject the application. Councillor Hugh Mason, St Jude Ward. Okay, so that brings us to the end of the deputations. I'm going to go to Councillor Vernon Jackson, who's got his hand up for a question.
Yes, can I ask, if we reject this application, does it have to go back to how it was?
So the removal of the wall is unauthorised at the moment. If the committee refused the scheme today, and the applicant still has a right of appeal, and we would normally let that process run its course, but then we would have to consider if it was expedient to take enforcement action to restore the wall.
Councillor Inman and then Councillor Hunt.
Thank you, Chair. Could we just bring the map back up, the overhead view, please? The street view, the aerial photograph one, if you... That's the one, yeah. So the housing we're talking about is the one right on the very corner there. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. In between those two junctions, right on the corner, I'm just concerned that highways haven't thought about people reversing out of that driveway onto such a tight corner. Because if you go back to the street view, you've got another photograph there of the street view, where you can see the cars parked out the front. That view there, if you're coming out of that driveway, you can hardly see round the corner.
Is this a question?
Sorry.
No, I know.
I just bring it back up just so I could just have another look. That was all. Thank you.
Are there any questions? I will come back to you on that point when we get to a discussion, but I don't know if there was a question attached to it. Councillor Hunt and then Councillor Cordy.
Matt, have we got any... I know this circle quite well. Have we got any pictures of the rest of the circle of gentlemen, going around? Because I think they're all the walls are the same all the way around. Is that correct? Is this the only one with this particular configuration at present?
Do you mean specifically the 1970s houses in that part of Wilson? Because if you speak about Wilson Grove broader, there's a whole range of types of enclosure to the boundaries, but they were built with consistent front boundary treatments in terms of those brick walls. Yeah.
No, that's it. Thank you.
Any other questions? Oh, sorry, Councillor Cordy.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry if I've missed this in the report, but the officer mentioned that planning permission is required to remove the front wall there. Was planning permission granted for the removal of that wall?
No, not at this stage. So if were the scheme to be approved today, that would regularise the issue, because then they could carry out the development as approved. If the application is refused, no, the removal of the wall remains a breach of planning control.
And what would happen? Would there be any enforcement carried out?
Again, yes, we would. if the scheme is refused today, we would have to consider the expediency of taking enforcement action to restore the wall. We'd have to have regard that the applicant would still have a right of appeal again in relation to this current application, and we would normally, if they did lodge an appeal, wait for that to run its course, because obviously if the inspector then allowed the scheme, then they would have a right to, in effect, that would regularise that breach.
Thank you.
Councillor Parry.
Yeah, I have a question about the gates. That the applicant mentioned that they would be wooden. Is there any sort of significance between the gates being wooden or metal with the conservation area? Because are the existing gates on the other properties, are they all wooden or metal?
Yes, so a couple of things in there. So the original pedestrian gate is an iron gate, which is permeable. The inspector, when they dismissed the previous appeal, were concerned about the proposed gates that the applicant had put, which were going to again be wrought iron gates, because they felt that was very permeable and you could see through that even when they were closed. And what they were concerned about was the sense of enclosure in the conservation area, because that's the characteristic they identified. So the solid timber gates are an attempt to address that concern of the inspector, so that when you're looking from the street scene, in fact, you're still seeing a very solid boundary. And as we said in the report, timber gates would be a traditional form of treatment for a boundary in the conservation area.
Was he first? Yeah. Councillor Vernon Jackson. Then I come to you, Joe.
Could we have a look at the plan where there's a car in the parking space? Okay, thank you. That's very helpful.
Councillor Standen.
Could we have a look at the current photo at the front again, where the wall's been knocked down? Right. So with regards to the photo above, the top photo, do we know how long ago, sorry, no, with regards to the wall that goes up to the next door neighbour's gate, is that a joint wall between this house and the neighbour? And if it is, obviously that has been removed. If it's not, at what point does that wall become part of this property's property, or does it become part of the upper? Like, is that wall shared between the two properties?
I think, Joe, that wall's still in place.
No, it's not.
I think it is, because it's just a different scale.
Oh, right. Okay.
I think the scale is. I thought that initially. So the top picture on the right-hand section of that wall is the end of what you can see below.
Right. The photo's been taken at a different angle, hasn't it? That's what's confused me.
But that is, yeah.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Thank you.
Yeah, I thought that initially. Questions still, Carl?
Sorry, Chair. Are we happy that we are, if it was approved, we would only be losing one car parking space and not two?
So the crossover would need to be the width of the crossover, in effect, that's been approved by Highways. So that will be, in effect, a single white line, solid white line, as you would commonly see throughout the city as across the access. In terms of how much space then there is between that single white line and then going up to where the garage access is to the north, for example, I think that's going to be dependent on the size of the cars that park in there. So potentially it's one, possibly two, dependent on the size of the vehicles and how neatly people are parked.
I'm trying to get this as a question. So Highways say that they haven't made a comment, but on that basis, has there been any, with regard to the previous question, has there been any investigation, given the fact it's in a parking zone and bays are already drawn, as to how much parking would be lost? Has this been investigated, or are we making this decision based on that? Will there be a white line across a dropped curb?
As we've highlighted in the report, the applicant has already secured separately, as I say, separate process, and they needed to do that. They secured permission for the drop curb. My colleagues in the highway section have obviously considered that provision of that drop curb and the actual access against their own standards and found that to be acceptable. For us, it's a highway safety issue. The planning permission doesn't cover an access onto a non-classified road, so they don't need planning permission for that particular aspect. So we're really considering the safety aspects, which we're addressed and satisfied with, and then the conservation area aspects, which is set out in the report.
Thank you. Councillor Cordy.
Thank you, Chair. Following on from that, I was wondering, is the permit parking currently oversubscribed in that area?
I don't have the answer to that, but...
Councillor Vernon Jackson does.
As a former Cabinet Member for Transport, my understanding is that it is oversubscribed. But that's the same in many areas, because there's always a proportion of people who aren't around at the time.
Are there any questions? Are we any more questions for officers? Shall we go to comments? 1, 2, 3. Councillor Vernon Jackson.
Thank you. At this committee, I have had said frequently that we need to take note of what the planning inspector says. There are some things that we would want to do, or not do, but where the planning inspector has been very clear, and we need to be cognizant of that. It seems to me that this is an absolutely open and shut case. That we should say no, and that I happily propose the refusal. That the inspector's report talked about the way in which all of the houses keeping that wall and that enclosure was an important part of the conservation area. The rules in conservation area, as we know, are different to other places, and anything that we're going to do has to make sure that it enhances or at least doesn't detract. The planning inspector is very clear that taking the wall down is detracting. As the report says, there is nothing that says that the gates have to be closed ever. We can't enforce that. So it seems to me that this is an absolutely open and shut case. If somebody didn't have a garage, it would make not the slightest bit of difference to me. If it can be used or not, it doesn't matter. We'll be losing a public parking space to create a private parking space, which could be used one day a year, but the public space would be lost, and we know what the pressure is. But the inspector is absolutely clear that there is harm to the conservation area, and that is an absolute open and shut case. And there can be, in my view, no professional judgment otherwise to say anything else. We need to listen to what the planning inspector says, and sometimes that means we have to do things we don't like, as we often have with HMOs, but we have to listen to what the planning inspector says. And so this is absolutely clear. In my view, this is a refusal, full stop. And I'm happy to propose that.
Thank you, Councillor Vernon Jackson. And Councillor Hunt, and then I'll come to you.
Yeah, I'm going to back that. I'm sure that, I'm going to agree with him. I'm sure Councillor Vernon Jackson would agree with me that we also have to focus on the application, which is the gates and the pillars. What we do know is that this is unauthorised, and basically the open aspect is alien to the conservation area in any event. And the officers say, in their opinion, it's neutral. It has the application has a neutral impact on the conservation area, but I'm afraid I don't agree with that. And of course, I also know that with 2 months further on, the officers would be deciding this, and Miss Holman would be able to write to them, but nobody would be able to put their case, and I suspect they would probably have granted this. I don't know. But I'm just forecasting. I really don't know. So I don't think it's neutral. doesn't have the gates and the new pillars. They don't match the symmetry of what was intended in when it was originally built. The configuration of the walls, the styling of the walls are meant to fit, that are around there, are meant to fit in with the conservation area, and that's really, really important. This application doesn't do this. It introduces an alien element, which is these wooden gates. I'm not aware of any in that area that I can think of that are like this. And it's very important, as Ms Holman and Councillor Mason said, to preserve, the application must preserve and enhance the conservation area. It is quite clear that this application does not enhance, nor does it conserve. It detracts from the conservation area, in my opinion, and I think that's probably what a planning inspector would say into the future too. So there you are. I have actually looked at the pillars, the gate, the actual application here today, and I consider that they don't have the rhythm, the symmetry, and the configuration of what is going on and a continuous wall almost in that location. So I think, yes, unfortunately for the applicant, she shouldn't have done it. She should have got advice. Living in a conservation area, anybody living in a conservation area should come to the officers and get their advice first of all. Round the corner, there was a not dissimilar application in Chelsea Road where the wall was taken down in the same circumstances, and the person tried again and again and again to convince the committee, and again the applicant was chucked out, was rejected, and in the end had to rebuild the wall. I expect subsequently that there would be enforcement action to put the wall back exactly as it was before. I think that is important. Chair, thank you very much for letting me go on and second it, but we have to focus on the gates and the application today, and I'm sure that Councillor Vernon Jackson will allow that into his proposition to overturn the officer's recommendation and reject the application.
Thank you. Councillor Inman.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to strengthen the case for refusal on safety grounds. Although Highway may have approved it, I am just not happy with the with where the driveway will be sited on the corner in between two junctions. The driveway isn't big enough to be able to turn the car around, so at one point you're either going to be reversing in or you're going to be reversing out. It's just too much of a blind spot on that corner, and I'm very surprised that Highway didn't raise the same concerns. Also, just to correct as well, we're not actually creating one private space, we're actually creating two private spaces, because you can park over your single line in front of your building. So we're not just giving them one private space, but giving them two private spaces at the loss of one public space. So yeah, I'm definitely agreed for refusal.
Any other comments or counter proposals?
Thank you, Councillor Inman. Just the officer's advice, so, you know, because they will talk about scattergun stuff, and I beg your indulgence in this, they'll talk about scattergun. What is the emphasis of this refusal that's going to happen? Should it include this parking matter as well, or not? Because if we were to refuse and it was overturned, they wouldn't be able to do it anyway.
Yes, so obviously we were going to request that you clarify the reasons for refusal. Do you want to do that exercise now, Chair?
Yeah, I was about to come on to that, and I was going to say the same thing. I actually share the concerns because I walk around that a lot, and I am still not convinced that there is just the removal of one parking space because of the curve of the road, and a lot of people use that road for a cut through as well, vehicles, and I just am imagining the issues of someone reversing, etc. But the reason I held back on it is exactly the point that Councillor Hunt is making, is that sometimes when we put in a load of disparate reasons to refuse something, that actually counterintuitively it works against us, and therefore I'm wondering it would be good to tease out the officer's advice on that. We're obviously going to focus on the conservation area, but whether that would be worthwhile including that or not.
Okay, so
Councillor Perry's just quickly got a comment.
So I would go back to the fact that the conservation area that Councillor Mason pointed out was there before the property was there.
Yeah.
So can't we go on that the property was built within that time period? Isn't that the salient point with all of this?
Officers are now going to help us.
Yeah, so what I was trying to capture from the debate was that the view is that there's still an adverse impact on the conservation area from the formation of the access and the gates due to the loss of the sense of enclosure to the front boundary. So once you have a harm to the conservation area, under the government policy, you need to weigh that against public benefits. So what are the public benefits? We would then say they should be viewed exactly the same as the inspector viewed them. So in effect, you're giving someone a private parking space, but you're taking away a public parking space. And so there's not particularly a public benefit in that. I would just say that obviously there's a small difference this time round in that the applicant, we could secure EV charging for the applicant as part of that, and you need to be satisfied that even with that, that doesn't outweigh the harm. So even with that sort of broader public benefit. So if you consider there's a harm and those public benefits for the scheme don't outweigh that harm, then you move to refuse for that reason on the impact of the conservation area. The second reason that I picked up was, in effect, that loss of public parking in an area of an oversubscribed. You can confirm it's oversubscribed. I've had my colleague check residents' parking zone. So, in effect, that's tied to the first reason, that there's a negative from that in terms of the loss of public parking simply for private benefit. And then moving on to whether you should add in a third one on highway safety, our advice has to be not to do that because we don't have the support from the highways officer. Appreciate the broader point about being tight and restricted visibility, etc. I think a balance against that is that the nature of anyone using that access has to go slowly and very carefully as a result because of their restricted visibility. So we don't advocate that you add that in as a third reason for refusal, but it's still open to the committee to do so.
Okay, Councillor Vernon Jackson.
Two quick things. Could you just repeat your first reason? I just wanted to make sure it's as strong as I think it should be.
Yeah, so the view of the committee is that there's an adverse impact on the character and appearance of the conservation area, and then applying the guidance in the NPPF, which isn't really changed in this regard. The loss of the wall and the sense of enclosure is a harm to the character and appearance, and the benefits of providing a private parking space for the applicant does not demonstrably outweigh the harm to the conservation area.
And so I think, can I just make two suggestions, David? The first is, I think Councillor Perry is right, that we need to say that the house was built with that wall when it was a conservation area and that rule was in place at the time, when it was there. And the second, in terms of the outweighing, the EV charging point, Portsmouth has got one of the very best provisions of on-street EV charging points of anywhere in the country, and therefore there is always an EV charging point available close by to everybody, so you don't need to have one yourself. As somebody who uses them, there are EV charging points on either being provided now, but there is a programme of more of them coming in, so that is not a gain that should be in any way used for a justification for knocking down the wall.
Can that be wrapped up in the first point? So that, yeah. So those extra points, are the committee happy for that to be wrapped up in the first point, which is broadly the adverse impact on the conservation area with all those details? I'm not going to repeat it all. And then the second is the parking issues, but the advice from officers is to focus on the loss of public parking in favour of the advantage of a private parking. Is that?
Yes, and
Yes.
just to add to that, obviously when the inspector looked at the scheme before, that was actually the access potentially had the capacity to accommodate 2 vehicles with that much wider access. So it would have had a greater level of use potentially, and a much wider access point. And also they did not refuse it on highway safety for on the previous scheme. So we do need to have regard to that aspect as well.
Thank you for that. Are you happy with that, Councillor Inman, about not, even though I agree with you, I'll take the officer's advice on this. Can I also just clarify something, David? Because wasn't it from the 1st of April that you no longer write a supporting report if there is an appeal, and that we have to get the minutes of the meeting really specific, because
Yes,
that's
yes,
what
so-
will be used?
Yeah, you're entirely right, Chair. And this is the reason for not us being difficult, but us teasing out a member's reasons so that we're really clear and we could capture those in the minutes, because that becomes our sole case. And obviously, if we just have a minutes that says officers recommend it for approval, members refuse it, there's nothing for the inspector to work from.
I thought I'd just clarify that for the benefit of everyone in the room.
So Anne has just become the most important person in the room.
It's the most important person in the room. Or a very important person in the room. Okay, so we have no counter proposal. So we've got the one in front of us, given all the detail that we've just discussed, proposed by Councillor Vernon Jackson and seconded by Councillor Hunt. This is to refuse planning permission, which goes obviously against the report that we have in front of us. All those in favour of that proposal to refuse planning permission? Look at us, all unanimous today. So, thank you for the people who did the deputations, and hope the discussion teased out the reasons why, planning reasons why that we've made that decision. Someone has requested a comfort break. Does anyone else need one?
I don't, but if yes, we should do it. If
Okay.
a member
All
requests
right.
it, we should do it.
So should we do, like, realistically, because sometimes we say 5 minutes and then that's not enough time. 20 past to start again? Does that give people go to the loo? That gives you 10 minutes. Welcome back, everyone, after that little comfort break. So we'll move straight on to... Oh. Actually, we'll give a couple more minutes and then we'll have to start, but he won't be able to take part in this if he misses the presentation. Okay? Are we on again? Okay, so we're on agenda item 7, and Simon is doing the presentation for this 92 Gladys Avenue, which we deferred from last time. So over to Simon.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, so an application at 92 Gladys Avenue for the change of use from a dwelling house Class C3 to a house and multiple occupation Class C4. And as the Chair has just said, that was deferred from the last meeting for reasons I'll take you through in a moment. The application came to committee in the first place because of the number of objections and a call in from Councillor Simpson. And indeed, we have deputations from the applicant's representative and from Councillor Simpson, and some supplementary matters updates as well. So Gladys Avenue runs north to south from the roundabout at the western end of Stubbington Avenue, at the end of North End High Street, and north up towards Alexandra Park. The property in question, number 92, is this property here. The front door is down the side. And you can see in a minute there are some side windows, including the dormer on top as well. So with respect to the mix and balance community policy for HMOs, the 50-metre radius test has been carried out, and as presented to members last time, if approved, there would be 5 HMO licences within a 50-metre radius, leading to 9.23%. Now, the reason for the deferral last time, for members who weren't here and for the public record, was a symbol had been placed on this is the pin at the centre of the application property, and that was obscured by an orange symbol, and so members couldn't see exactly where that pin had been placed. And because the 50-metre radius skirts very close to property boundaries, 2 in particular on Shadwell Road and Gladys Avenue, members are particularly keen to see for themselves where that pin was placed, because it may affect how those properties are included or not within the 50-metre count. And they asked for further clarity on the 2 properties I've just mentioned, where the boundaries are. Should those properties be included or not in the count? So what we have done is simply remove that orange symbol that used to be there and haven't touched anything else. And so members can now see that point. I'll take you through that in more detail, as well as the rest of the application. So in more detail, there is an expanded, enlarged view, I should say, of the pin you've just seen on the previous image. It's placed in the middle of the property, the building frontage. So from the SPD, it's clear that we talk about measuring it from the midpoint of the property frontage. The SPD goes on to say a property's frontage comprises the width of that building if it faces onto the street, and generally includes the entrance to the property. The entrance is down the side. By that, I think it means front door. And he goes on to say, where any part of the curtilage of a residential property, house, including the property boundary, falls within the area surrounding the application property, i.e. the 50-metre line, the property will be included in the count. So that pin is placed in the centre of the width of the building. Blue arrow has done the same thing. The width of the building is orange, and it is placed in the middle of the width of the building, not the width of the whole property. So just to illustrate to members, there you are, that's placed as per the SPD, and clearly. So moving on to the two matters of the other properties directly asked about, 125 Shadwell Road. Now I can zoom on these in a minute. Does the property, and to remind ourselves, does any part of the curtilage of a house fall within the 50-metre radius, including the boundary? There, the 50-metre radius does overlap the boundary with 125 Shadwell Road, therefore it falls within, as per the SPD, so that was included. And for 80 Gladys Avenue, this is an HMO, so it's particularly important because it affects the 10% calculation. You can see that it just fails to overlap the boundary with 80 Gladys, and so officer's opinion still that it does not, it should not be included in the count. Moving on to the rest of the application is the front of the property, and there's the side passageway you saw in the photograph a minute ago, access in, and the I think the original arrangement of the property, including a roof with a side dormer there. There you are, there's the front of the property, that's the side view, there's the front door, and there's the dormer to the roof. So the proposal is to significantly remodel inside the property. You would walk in the door and have a communal kitchen, dining, living space at the front of the property, 2 spare rooms with stores in the middle here, a bedroom and ensuite at the rear. Going upstairs, 3 ensuite bedrooms and another spare room labelled as a study. And then in the roof, 2 more ensuite bedrooms achieved with a permitted development side dormer extension on the top. Now, for members that weren't here, the report set out the previous application we had earlier this year, which was for a 9-bedroom, 9-person HMO, which was refused under delegated powers by officers because of concerns about the amenity offered in these 3 rooms for the prospective occupiers, bearing in mind the lack of light and outlook from side-facing windows onto the access to the front door. So the applicant clearly still wishes to achieve something at the site, hence has applied for 6 and has no longer proposed occupation by individual bedrooms of those 3 rooms. So they are sitting there as spare rooms, essentially. Were members to consider granting planning consent, they may wish to attach a condition securing that they are not used by further occupiers. Otherwise, the rooms are in accordance with your standards for size. So with each bedroom being more than 10 square metres, the combined kitchen room, kitchen dining, living room needs to be more than 22.5. It's 22.6. So that complies, as do the bathrooms. And overall, the configuration of rooms, light and outlook, officers are satisfied. The amenity for the occupiers would be acceptable. Here are the elevations, so you can see the replacement roof dormer there to give more headspace and floor area and light into the 2 bedrooms. So one would have a front window, the other one would have a back window looking down the back garden, and there's a section. The house was under some renovation at the time. This was early this year. Of course, we should make it clear, as in the previous officer report, the scaffolding and shrouding has, of course, reduced further the light in that side alleyway, but the officers took that into account when making their judgment on the first application, the refusal. Otherwise, you can see some of the rooms under varying states of renovation. Moving on to the supplementary matters. Following the agenda publication, one further objection has been received. The same point as previously made by the same objector, who is concerned about how Section 257 HMOs are counted in the data count. The officer comment is that the objector is requesting accounting in a way contrary to the adopted SPD, so we don't agree with the objector's point. Next, the objector is concerned about the consistency of the Council's approach to Section 257 HMOs with reference to recent planning applications on the adjoining Wadham Road. Wadham Road is just a bit further south. The officer comment is no specific applications were identified by the objector, but we have checked recent applications at the western end of Wadham Road, 2 applications at 66 and 75. Neither of their 50-metre radii contained Section 257 HMOs, so there is no issue about inconsistency. The objector also is concerned about the communal area, considering it to be poor with respect to access to the external amenity space and ventilation. Officers disagree. We've addressed that in the report, but we can look at that again, of course, should you wish. For completeness, a non-determination appeal has been submitted against this application. However, it is not, we get an email straight away or notification as soon as it is received by the Planning Inspectorate, but there was a period of validation they have, and in that period we believe the local planning authority is still able to make its own decision. So whatever your decision is today, we will double check with the Planning Inspectorate before we issue it to make sure that's still the case. If they say no, you can't, it's now within our powers, then we will send the resolution of the planning committee today, which would have been to either approve or refuse. Lastly, the new MPPF has been considered and the officer recommendation is unchanged. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Simon. Okay, we'll now move on to deputations. We have 2 deputations on this item. The first deputation is from Simon Hill, who, on behalf of the applicant, you have up to 6 minutes, Simon.
Thank you. Members, thank you for the opportunity to address you again in relation to 92 Gladys Avenue. Appreciate the application has already been considered once. However, because there's further deputations opposing the proposal, I believe it's important that members have the full planning permission before them, as well as very specific issue for which the application was deferred. Minutes of the previous meeting approved earlier today expressly state that members consider the precise position of the centre of 50-metre radius and whether 80 Gladys fell within the radius was critical to the application. They didn't consider they had enough information, and it was further resolved that today that the consideration of the application was deferred to today. I'd respectfully ask members to determine this application on the evidence, the adopted policy test and the professional advice contained within your officer's report. Not only was the approval recommended last time, but it's still further recommended this time. In response to the questions, officers provided the information as clarification last time, which basically set out that particularly bedroom 5 and 6 were considered acceptable in terms of the light and outlook due to the presence of windows and their position in the roof hit. The adopted parking standard was the same for a dwelling house, and that as an HMO with 4 or more bedrooms, and a previous refusal at 80 Gladys Avenue on parking grounds was overturned on appeal. These are all really important and they're minuted very, very clearly. The reason for deferral has now been conclusively resolved. When this application came before the committee members before, you didn't actually refuse it. What you did is defer it for one specific reason, whether 80 Gladys Avenue should be included or not. And very clearly, Mr. Turner has concluded that 80 Gladys should not be included within the count. Officers has undertaken that exercise in detail, and I'd ask you to use the diagrams that they've presented, the information they've presented to make your decision. The proposal fully complies with the Council's HMO concentration policy. It remains 5 existing HMOs within 65 residential properties. That means it will be 6 out of 65 or 9.23%, which is still below the Council's adopted 10% threshold. In fact, when you look at thresholds, other councils throughout the UK, many of them have a 20% threshold, including Oxford, Milton Keynes, Cardiff, Bath and Exeter. Bath and Exeter actually have 25% HMOs. Majority of the other cities have 10 to 20% HMOs, so ours are some of the most stringent statistics nationally.
However, the median age in Portsmouth is 35, compared with the average age elsewhere being 40 or 41 across the southeast of the UK. Portsmouth has one of the lowest average ages. Age can be directly linked to the likelihood of somebody being an HMO tenant, because the majority of HMO tenants that we have in the city are statistically aged between 18 and 35, and our average age is at 35. This is super relevant, and it's really important that this is taken into account. We have a 60% higher rate of 20 to 24-year-olds in this city than national average. PCS Policies 20 and the HMO SPD are designed to maintain mixed and balanced communities. It doesn't adjoin an existing HMOs, it doesn't sandwich a C3 dwelling house between two HMOs, and it doesn't create a prohibited concentration. The resulting figure maintains well below the 10% threshold. The accommodation itself meets the planning standards. The officer has independently measured and assessed the proposed accommodation against the space standards. Every proposed bedroom meets or exceeds the 10 metres squared, in some cases by nearly 30%. Every ensuite meets or exceeds the 2.74 square metre standard, and the kitchen dining room is measured at 26.3 metres squared. We have submitted another application which is very similar. It simply changes the layout of the kitchen because that was commented on last time. There's been no unacceptable impact on neighbouring amenity according to the officer's report, and it specifically considers this. Parking on highways has understandably been raised by objectors, but members have professional highways evidence before them. The council's highways team raises no objection and concludes that a development of this size would not materially affect the function of the highway or create an unacceptable safety impact. Crucially, under the council's adopted parking standards, a C4 HMO with 4 or more bedrooms has an expectation of 2 off-road parking spaces, and a C3 dwelling house with 4 or more bedrooms also has an expectation of 2. Waste and drainage, the waste services raised no objection. Appropriate waste provision can be dealt with through the council's normal arrangements. Portsmouth has a substantial need for rented and shared accommodation. I would ask you to consider the proposal within Portsmouth's wider housing context. The 2021 census, which is the last one available, shows that there's a 28.6% of Portsmouth's households privately rent, compared to 19.2% across the southeast. So we have nearly 50% more people in private rented accommodation in Portsmouth than the whole of the rest of the average statistics across the southeast. That means that we need more private rented accommodation, and HMOs serve their purpose in that. Interestingly, also, the percentage of people renting privately in Portsmouth has increased over the last 10 years, and home ownership has crucially fallen. Portsmouth comparatively has a very young population, as I've said. The council itself recognises the role of HMOs. It's simply not an argument being advanced by an HMO applicant. Portsmouth City Council widely recognises that HMOs play a vital role in providing lower cost rental housing in a city with a very high demand, high concentration and a limited affordable housing supply. The council's own website says that the council does not have enough accommodation to meet its own demand. Wider evidence suggests substantial housing pressure, and council documents record more than 2,800 people on Portsmouth's current waiting list for housing.
Can you bring your comments to a close, please?
Thank you very much for listening to my deputation, and I hope that you consider it and grant approval.
Thank you. I never quite know how near someone is to the end, but thank you very much for that. And the second deputation is Councillor Russell Simpson. You have up to 6 minutes, Russell.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not going to repeat exactly what I said last time, but I'm going to emphasise on one of the main reasons I feel this application should be refused. I'm glad the applicant representative mentioned 80 Clavin Avenue, which was refused on parking. And I'm just going to read this back out because I'm going to reference why I still feel that maybe we may have approached it a little bit incorrectly. Maybe the officers could have added a few more extra things. So on here, you know, the reason was the proposal, by reason of the increased parking demand associated with the change of use, would fail to make provision for car parking in accordance with the requirements of the council's adopted parking standards supplementary planning document SPD 2014. Accordingly, the development would fail to provide an adequate level of car parking to meet the transport needs of the occupiers, which would be likely to increase demand for already limited on-street parking facilities, causing local residents to have to spend time driving around searching for a space to the detriment of the residential amenity of the area. The extra time driving around already congested streets would also increase the risk of accidents and so have an unacceptable, harmful impact on highway safety. As such, the proposal would, contrary to policies PCS 17, PCS 23 of the Portsmouth Plan, contrary to the aims and objectives of the adopted parking standards, and contrary paragraph 116 of MPPF 2024. Now, you may remember from the last planning, I brought a map which outlined a lot of the double yellow lines and a lot of the buses, and it's near enough 50%, if not a bit over, taking up. The one thing I felt that in this to the government inspector was there was no mention of emergency services and the impact of that. Because let's be honest, if you have got cars driving around and then there is an emergency service, well, why isn't that mentioned? As well as the fact of mentioning where some feel desperate they need to park in places they shouldn't. But before I know the planning officers are going to talk about the appeal, I'm just going to mention a few things that the planning inspector did mention in the appeal. He actually acknowledged, the assessment acknowledged the surrounding streets experience a level of parking stress, so he's acknowledged it is a problem. But no technical evidence has been submitted. Now, how do we assess that evidence? So, do we assess it by accidents? Well, I'm pretty sure the Nelson councillors along me can also agree with me that there's been actually quite a lot of accidents. There was one concerning a 14-year-old girl on a bicycle because essentially people are driving around trying to find parking spaces. The other way we could assess it could be from PCNs, so penalty charge notices. Now, according to our data, and we've only got the data from 24-25, we submitted 24,468 penalty charge notices specifically for bus lane infractions. Now, considering we've got 4 bus stop lanes in Gladys Avenue, I would say that's quite good grounds, actually. We've actually got proof that people are parking at times on bus lanes, which once again, that would definitely cause obstructions to emergency services. So I do actually think there's a lot of value, and there is a chance of risk, as stated previously by the government inspector. So that's, I know it's a little bit out of the box, but I kind of feel that we do have to provide evidence that it isn't just, well, we think there's a lot of bad parking here. There's actually evidence from accidents, from penalty charge notices, that actually we have a problem. And yes, also the government inspector said, well, it would be the same as, if you had a full house. I don't agree with that assessment. Even if you say it's 4 or 5 adults, but we're not talking about 4 or 5 adults. We're talking about 7 adults, and then obviously visitors, etc., etc. So it will have an impact. So I'm going to kind of stick with my guns on this, and while I appreciate the government inspector didn't find value in the last application, I do feel that emergency services should be mentioned.
Thank you very much for your deputation. That brings us to the end of the deputations, I believe. So over to members for questions. Councillor Cordy.
Thank you, Chair. Quick question for the officer. Actually, I've got a couple of questions, if I may. But the first one is, if the committee does actually believe that the 50-metre radius does include 80 Gladys Avenue, would that take the percentage of HMOs within the 50-metre radius over our 10% limit?
Yes, councillor. So then we would expect to refuse it on mixed and balanced communities.
Thank you. I spoke with officers earlier about the way that the circles are produced around the proposed HMOs, and they clarified that it is actually drawn digitally, and that we should expect a perfect circle. Could we bring up the image of the proposed HMO with the circle, please? The 50-metre radius. That one's perfect. In fact. Yeah, I mean, that one would do. We'll have a look at the wide one in a second. But as we can see on here, I've got a printed version in front of me, so there are sort of deviations to the circumference. You can see that it's not actually a perfect circle, which surprises me, considering it's being drawn digitally. Now, we could put that down to printing error on the document in front of me, but we're looking at a digital copy here, and we still have those changes of angles that don't actually fit a circle. If we go to the wider version of this, please, and if we think of the circle as a clock, if we look at about 5:30, we can see a real deviation. It's not a circle. It really changes an angle and pops right up, pulling what I would suggest the circumference away from 80. I would like to know why there's such a deviation in the circle if it's been drawn digitally.
I'm not an IT professional at all. This is simply the IT we have available, and it's. I think you know more about it than I do, Councillor, from what you said earlier. But as far as I'm aware, this is the programme we have available. It will have resolution issues. You've identified, there are some slight kinks, and indeed, when you zoom in, on the boundary as well, it's a series of little horizontal lines that nevertheless form a longer sloping line on the boundary. So yes, the resolution is not perfect.
Thank you. You know, I'm happy to take your word for that, but it does. You know, we've got people, we've got residents looking at this, and it needs to be. You know, there was 3 weeks between our last meeting and this meeting to get a really high-res version of this. I know you said that you haven't got the software for that, but you know, some sort of vector where you can zoom in, vector image where you can zoom in with lossless quality. I'm sure somebody within the council could help you with that.
Any other questions from anyone? Okay, so comment for Councillor Vernon Jackson has jumped in, and then Councillor Inman.
Thank you, Chair. We did look at this last time, and we did ask to go and have a look at the detail, because the detail of this is really important. We've got a policy, and I've sat in this committee and I've argued that we need, where the 10% ratio isn't met, that therefore our policy does not preclude places, but where the 10% policy does, then we need to enforce it. The printed copy that I have been given of where the boundary hits the 50-metre radius seems to me that it hits the boundary of number 80 Gladys Avenue, and therefore that should be counted within the count. I am surprised that something that is this important is relying on something that's not very detailed, when we deferred this to ask for stuff that was detailed, knowing that it was going to be this close and contentious. If there had been something else that showed something different, I would have hoped that it would have been brought to us today, but it hasn't. And what we've been given clearly shows, in my view, that the boundary of 80 Gladys Avenue is touched by the 50-metre radius. Therefore, that has to be counted if we're going to stick to our policy. Therefore, I don't think we have any choice but to reject this application, because it breaks the balanced communities, because it is already above the 10% limit in that area. So I propose that we reject this. I think there are wise words to say that if when we do write to the inspector, saying that if the inspector doesn't agree, then there should be a condition with us, that there should be a condition that only 6 rooms can be used for residential purposes, because clearly those other rooms are, it could be used if a landlord was not scrupulous in a way that I'm sure that everybody would not be happy with. So I'm happy to propose that we or move that we refuse this planning application. I don't think we have any choice, but if there is if this does go off to the inspector, as I'm sure it probably will do, that we say that if they are minded to approve, which we don't agree, then there has to be a limit on the number of bedrooms that can be used. I haven't asked anybody else what they think, but
that's okay. You're allowed to say, and you're allowed to propose, and we'll go to other people. So it was Councillor Inman was next. Oh, you're going to go to Councillor Cordy.
Thank you, Chair. Looking at the imagery provided, it does seem clear to me that 80 Gladys Avenue falls within the 50-metre radius of 92 Gladys Avenue. Including 80 would push the HMO density above the 10% limit, as we've heard from the officer already. and this would be in conflict with our PCS 20 of the Portsmouth Plan. So I'd like to second Councillor Vernon-Jackson's proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other comments or any other proposals? I have a question, I think, for David. With regard to, so I think all of us agree that if that falls within the 10%, then it's a no-brainer because it wouldn't be here in the first place. I think we've all agreed on that, and that is the main focus of this discussion. If we were to go ahead and there's no other proposals and that was planning permissions to be refused on that, would it be to our benefit to have in the minutes what, in your professional opinion, what Councillor Vernon-Jackson said, or would that weigh towards the inspectors maybe thinking that we didn't think that it was being upheld? Is there strength in the argument for sticking with what looks like to be the only proposal, which is it falls within the 10% and therefore it breaks our own policies?
I hope I've understood your question properly, but so broader point, all decisions made are decisions of the local planning authority, whether they're made delegated or by the planning committee. In this instance, as you've been advised, potentially we're now at a non-determination appeal, so we will be submitting a statement. I believe in terms of a non-determination appeal, the process is still the traditional one, that we would submit a statement. But in terms of your broad point, no, if members are satisfied that 80 should be within the count, and we've confirmed that that would take it over 10%, then that's your policy reasons in the SPD and the local plan policy. And just to pick up on another point, on any appeal, we are always asked to suggest conditions, win or lose, so we could suggest the condition as requested.
Perfect. Thank you for answering that. Okay, any other comments or proposals? So we have one in front of us, proposed by Councillor Vernon-Jackson, seconded by Councillor Cordy, to refuse planning permission based primarily on PCS 20. That the evidence before us in the judgment of the evidence that we have before us, it is included in that 10%. Okay, all those in favour of refusing planning permission on that condition? Unanimous. It's weird. Thank you. It won't last. So, planning permission is refused, but the condition around the 2 spare rooms will be passed on in the information to the planning inspector. Oh, 3 spare rooms, sorry. 3 spare rooms. I thought it was 2. Okay. All right, we'll move swiftly on then to agenda item 8, which is 72 Afia Road, and I believe this is David again.
Yes, thank you, Chair. We'll just get the presentation up. Yes, so 72 Afia Road, so the application is to change use from a C3 dwelling house to a 7-bedroom, 7-person HMO. So property you can see highlighted in the red line there, mid-terrace property, and then a rear aerial view of the property as it currently is. You can see rear extensions to the back, and then a store building at the rear boundary, which is intended to be used for cycle storage. Property, as you see in the street scene, and very typical of the housing stock in this particular road. So in terms of your mix and balance communities test, we've identified 3 existing HMOs within the 50-metre radius in this instance. So if approved, this would bring the total to 4 as 65 or 6.2%, which would be below your 10% threshold. Existing layout of the property, again, fairly typical 3-bed mid-terrace that you can see there, and then on the elevations you can see there the existing rear sort of leading to conservatory part will be removed, as you'll see on the proposed plans in a second. So going to the proposed layout, so currently the property runs at the back, runs across a level, and part of that will be removed. So there will be a rear extension added in that space, but that's in a space where there's already currently a conservatory, and then beyond that there will be another single-storey extension added there. So that provides the compliant-sized kitchen dining space. In terms of the rest of the accommodation, you can see you've got 2 ensuite rooms to the ground floor plus an additional WC. Moving up on the first floor, you've got 3 further ensuite rooms. And then with the loft conversion works, which I'll propose and you'll see in a second, you get 2 further ensuite rooms in the loft. And in this case, you've got the larger bedrooms with 10 square metres across the board, with the consequently smaller combined kitchen living space. Again, just to confirm, these extensions to the properties, both into the box dormer to the rear, the roof lights, and the 2 rear extension elements, both permitted development, all permitted development, and don't require planning permission. And just to show you the cross-section through, to show how the floor ceiling heights will be achieved in the building. Just a layout here, so a good size rear space for the occupiers, also an existing building to be used for a cycle store, and then the larger forecourt at the front for bin storage as existing. Just a couple of photos of the existing property. But Chair, just to sum up, this, having considered the application, it complies with our policies and guidance and for HMOs, and therefore it's recommended for approval.
Thank you, David. We've got 2 deputations. Again, there's anyone on your list, but Simon requested. Can I ask Simon to remember to put in for all the deputations that you want to do, but I will allow you to do, so you've got 6 minutes, and then we've got Councillor Simpson again.
Thank you. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak in support of this application. Appreciate there are a number of objections to the proposal. I'm not seeking to dismiss the concern of local residents. However, the committee's role is not to determine whether HMOs are popular or unpopular. It's to determine this particular application against the council's adopted planning policies and the material planning evidence before it. When that is done, I believe the case for approval in this case is exceptionally clear. The council's own professional planning officers have recommended approvals. Highways raises no objections. Private sector housing raises no objection. The development fully complies with the council's HMO concentration policy, complies with the accommodation standards, and is a highly accessible and sustainable location. The officer's report concludes that the proposal accords with the Portsmouth Plan, the HMO SPD, and the National Planning Policy Framework. I would therefore respectfully suggest that this needs to be a compelling and evidence-based planning reason for the committee to move forwards with the professional recommendation. Portsmouth has a significant housing need. This HMO is a brilliant example of a property that can provide high quality accommodation for young people. Looking at the plans, all of the bedrooms are well in excess of 10 metres squared, including 4 of the rooms being over 13 square metres. All of the en-suites are above the minimum of 2.74 square metres, and the communal area is significantly above the 22.5 square metres required. All of the works done to this property are done under permitted development. No planning permission whatsoever is required for the works to this property. Planning is simply required for 3 or more occupants who are unrelated to occupy the property. So, with regards to the need for accommodation, Portsmouth has a significant housing need. The council currently has only a 2.4-year housing land supply, substantially below the 5-year requirement. The council's officer report therefore confirms that the NPPF's tilted balance is engaged, creating a presumption in favour of sustainable development unless the adverse impacts would significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits. The proposal provides additional residential accommodation in an existing building. The officer specifically recognises that it would make a contribution towards Portsmouth's housing needs. As I said in my previous deputation, 28.6% of Portsmouth households privately rent their homes, which is up from 24.7% previously, and by comparison, private rental across the South East is only 19.2%, so we're nearly 50% or over 50% higher rentals in private accommodation in Portsmouth. Home ownership in Portsmouth is much lower than it was at the last census as well. Portsmouth City Council's housing evidence also identifies substantial housing pressure, including a need for approximately 763 affordable homes each year. And the number of households in temporary accommodation, this statistic is absolutely incredible as I see it, increased from 180 in April 2020 to 579 in April 2025. Because of Section 24, because of the Renters' Rights Act, and furthermore because of making tax digital, we are going to see a significant loss of private landlords in private rental sector, specifically those accidental or hobby landlords, those who've inherited a property. One of them had a flat, they moved in together, they rented one out, many of whom were because they were in negative equity, couldn't sell in 2008. A significant number of those people are now 18 years older. Well, all of those people are 18 years older than they were back then, but many of those people, their circumstances have changed. Significant numbers of landlords are selling because of the Renters' Rights Act, Section 24, and in the next 12 months because of making tax digital, which will make it transparent how much landlords earn from their properties. As a result of that, there is going to be a continued increase in the demand for HMO rooms as ownership transfers from accidental and hobby landlords to deliberate or institutional investors for whom rent increases are significantly more statistically common. Ultimately, what that means is average rents will increase. That will put more and more pressure on the smallest denomination of property that you can get. A room is the smallest permanent denomination of property you can have. The only thing smaller than it potentially is a tent. Ultimately, we need HMO rooms in this city. We have the most densely populated city in the country outside of London, and this property is comfortably within the HMO policy. There's 65 residential properties within the 50-metre radius, and 3 are confirmed as HMOs, so that 4 would make it only 6.2. It's 3.8 percentage points below the council's threshold. It will provide, because of the size of the rooms, high-quality accommodation where all of the rooms have their own en-suites, and there is 23% more communal space than is required. I recognise that parking is likely to be one of the issues of greatest concern to residents, but members have an unusually clear body of evidence before them on this issue. The council's own highways team raises no objection. The difference between the parking expectation for an existing C3 dwelling and a proposed HMO amounts to only 0.5 of a parking space. The property satisfies the council's definition of a highly accessible location. It's approximately 280 metres from London Road North Local Centre and approximately 260 metres from frequent bus services on Stamshaw Road. There is secure storage of 4 bicycles being proposed. The council's parking SPD expressly recognises that in a densely populated city such as Portsmouth, it will not always physically be possible to provide their own parking spaces. Thank you very much for listening to my deputation, and I hope it's successful.
Thank you. Spot on. Okay, Councillor Simpson.
Thank you, Chair. Just to highlight, because one of the residents I was going to give the deputation today, he did actually write in. Unfortunately, has to have been rushed to hospital for a family member. So, with permission, I can fit it within my 6 minutes.
Yeah,
so,
if you include, you can.
I'll include mine on
yeah.
top of it. So this is from a resident called Andrew White. It says the residents of Ophir Road would formally like to register our strongest objections in respect to the proposed development of 72 Ophir Road into a 7-bedroom house of multiple occupation. Based on this capacity, this dwelling is destined for between 7 and 14 personal based on single occupancy or dual occupancy, all of which may or may not have cars in an already overpopulated area. Many people moved into this area some years ago, recognising that these houses are above average in size and therefore make ideal family-oriented houses and a community where its residents would be safe. Hillsey area has witnessed a substantial increase of the number of HMOs approved by the city's planning office, especially in Wadham, Oriel, Shadwell and Ophir Roads in recent years. As a direct result of these approvals, antisocial behaviour has risen significantly within the community. Residents enduring and witnessing excessive noise, late night disturbances, littering, inconsiderate parking, and individuals congregating outside the properties on a daily, weekly basis. It is noted police and emergency services are attending the HMO at number 38 Ophir Road on a regular, semi-regular basis due to noise, drug and alcohol abuse, violence, and individuals climbing over neighbouring gardens and properties to evade the police. I'm also led to believe the road has been closed off 4 times in the last 5 weeks for the above-mentioned reasons. We appreciate that not every HMO resident behaves irresponsibly. However, the increasing concentration of HMOs in the area is undoubtedly changing the character of what once was a quiet residential neighbourhood. As a pensioner, I am becoming increasingly concerned for the health, safety and well-being of my family and the deterioration of a quality of life in our later years. I'm particularly concerned about the cumulative impact of allowing further approvals for HMOs in the area, as the continued loss of family homes reduces the number of permanent residents who invest in the local community and who create a transient population that can weaken neighbourhood cohesion. We respectfully ask the Council to consider the cumulative impact that yet another HMO will have on our community, existing residents, highway parking, residential amenities and overall character of Ophir Road, as the more HMOs approved by this council will have a detrimental effect on those who have chosen to make this our long-term family homes. Another question we have is just how many more HMOs are the council going to approve in the next 2, 3, 4, 5 or 10 years based on 2 to 3 approvals per year? Should the council approve 2 HMOs per annum, this would equate to an additional 16 to 32 new residents on a year-on-year. At what point in time will the council say enough is enough, or is the council intention of long-term strategy to turn Hillsey Ward into yet another bedsit land within Portsmouth, thereby significantly devaluing the sale values of these Victorian properties? Or does the council consider reward of having so many additional council taxpayers more important and beneficial than the local community living standards, safety, well-being of its residents and future security and prosperity of those already living in this area? I therefore respectfully request that this planning application be refused in its entirety. Thank you for taking the time to consider my comments. Andrew Wright, 89 Ophir Road. I didn't want to add too much to what the residents have said with Ophir Road, but I can say that the sentiments are shared across Shadwell, Oriel, Wadham and Gladys Avenue. Enough is enough. This area has had its fair share. However, this application isn't perfect, and I would like the community to please revisit the spacing standards concerning the shared living space, measuring at 27.75 of the 22.5 required. It, however, has around about 1/5 of unusable space at the opening. It's like the corridor where the kitchen's on each side, not including the kitchen door also impacting the space. 1/5 is me being conservative, but even that amount would take the shared living space under the 22.5 required, then you must question, would this be adequate for 7 professional adults? I believe this is just another example of fitting as many professionals as possible, regardless of spacing standards. They need to go back to the drawing board to either reconsider the number of tenants they can fit in a 3-bedroom family home or make the living space adequate enough. For this reason, I believe the application should be refused. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Simpson. Spot in, got two in just over 4 minutes. Well done. Questions? Councillor Cordy.
Thank you, Chair. Quick couple of questions for the officers, if I may. Are the officers certain that the property count within the 50-metre radius is correct?
Yes, it's a short answer, Chair. Yeah, we do, as we've said many times, investigate where all available resources and information. If during the publicity exercise, if third parties raise the issue of additional purported HMOs that don't appear on our data, we will go and investigate those. We will engage with private sector housing to check their records as well. So in this instance, yes, we're satisfied that we are below the 10%.
Also, are the officers 100% certain that all room measurements are correct?
Again, yes, as we do set out in the report, Chair, each time we don't take the stated sizes as read, and we do our own checks, hence why we've got those different figures in the box on page, I can't find the page 79, so that we do double check all those to ensure that you are compliant with our adopted guidance and policies.
Thank you. Could we bring up the overview map of the 50-metre radius, please? So at the bottom, we've got 4 HMOs out of 65 homes. We've had the officer say that he is 100% certain that this information is correct. I would like the officer to now count the blue dots of the properties. I make it 57 and not 65. 57.
Chair, that's not unusual because the dots will only record the building itself, and it's not unusual where we have a full list of properties that there are properties that are divided into two flats. So we're satisfied that we have that accurate data. So it's not unusual at all that many of these properties have been subdivided in the past. So a dot isn't necessarily representative of a single property. What the HMO which we've adopted says is we will count all residential properties. So if it's a flat, that's 2 units in the count. So yes, this does come up occasionally, and we have been asked this question before, but yes, that'll be the explanation.
So just to clarify, a flat would be counted as 2 properties. It might be a good idea to put 2 dots just to help the
Yeah,
in
I
the
think
future.
I think it's the technology, and it is one of the things that we're checking each time, so we're certain that we're in the information that we're giving you, Chair.
Thank you.
Good question. Councillor Perry.
Can I ask a question about bedroom 6? So according to page 79, it says it's 2.75 and the requirement is 2.74. But when you have a look at the picture, which you might want to show, I presume that some of that room is in the eaves or is overhanging?
I think the 2.75 is the shower room.
Yes, it's the ensuite.
Not the actual room.
Have I misread that? Okay, so
bedroom 6. Is it bedroom 5? Did you say, or bedroom?
Oh, it's the
bedroom 6.
I've read it wrong. So
bedroom
it's
6 is 13 instead of 10.
So it's the shower room is very close to the minimum requirements. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Thanks for that.
Councillor Inman, then I'll come to Councillor Vendrax.
Thank you, Chair. On the drawing of the kitchen, in the kitchen area, there's 2 blue squares with wording in it. What was the wording? So I can't actually make it out. What are those 2 blue squares?
Oh, right, just where the pointer is now.
Yeah.
Those are roof lights, Chair. So if you look at the top, there's a large lantern shown to light the rear end of it, and then that's an additional light in the roof of it to provide some light coming in. You remember from the ordnance survey that it's you're looking north at this point, so the back of the house faces north, so it's to try and gain some more light into those areas. And just to confirm a point that bed 2 has a full-length window as a result as well.
I know Councillor Vendrax, you had your hand up, but I also metaphorically had my hand up. And I got in there before you. No, I'm thinking on a practical level here about the shared area and the galley kitchen. I'm okay with a galley kitchen because a lot of houses have them. But I would be interested in the distance between those 2 sets of units, because not only is it the only access for all 7 people who live in that house, but also presumably it's the access for the bike store, because they're usually in the back. And I'm just wondering, on a practical level, I'm guessing that the shared area could be reconfigured, but are we approving something that actually is not very habitable for people who will be living there? Do we know what the distance is between the 2 units?
So I think on that granular level of those layouts, where sinks are, cupboards, etc., that's very much PSH, private sector housing's concern when they deal with the licensing. We just need to be reasonably confident that there's a layout that can work, and you could re-site that kitchen anywhere within that space to provide a wider space in the unlikely event that it failed PSH's standards. So yes, I mean, in effect, we're not approving where that kitchen cupboard goes. We just need to be reasonably satisfied that there's a solution available.
Okay. Councillor Vernon Jackson.
Thank you. So it was a similar thing about the kitchen. I think Councillor Simpson was asking us to say that this corridor at the where people enter the communal space here shouldn't be treated as usable space. but here it's shown as with a sink and various units. I'm not sure how we could consider something not usable space when it's got a sink and other things like that in it. If you can't get a bike through, that's a completely different kettle of onions. But that seems demonstrably usable space because it is a kitchen.
Any more questions? Yes.
Can I ask, what does the National Planning Policy Framework say about HMOs? Has it got anything much in it? It sets room standard sizes, doesn't it? And other things like that. But what does it actually say about the government's approach to houses of multiple occupation?
So having read through the new MPPF, it doesn't say anything about HMOs.
That's right.
It doesn't actually say anything about space standards. They're
All right.
separate. They're a separate document. They're national space standards.
Everything is down to what a local council
Absolutely, yes.
sets.
Central government has not felt the need so
Silent
far
on it.
to impose any kind of formal national policy on it.
Any other questions before we go on to comments and proposals? No. Anyone want to speak to Councillor Hunt?
I do, and I'm very sorry. I'm glad Councillor Simpson told us, read Mr. White's deputation out, and I'm very sorry he's got this this issue, which meant he couldn't come. What I want to make absolutely certain and absolutely abundantly clear is that the government says nothing, diddly squat, about houses of multiple occupation. It is silent on it. What it has allowed is for local authorities, local planning authorities, us, to set the standard. In our case, it's a 10% rule, which councillors here rightly test at every single meeting, and I do too. But of course, we've lost that battle now, because the government is going to decided, it's totally fed up with councillors deciding these sorts of things. It's going to hand the issue to unelected, I'm not being rude, gentlemen, unelected council planning officers. And they will do a good job overall, I've no doubt about it. There'll be things we disagree. What I want to make absolutely clear, this council has done everything within its means to ensure mixed and balanced communities. Maybe I don't agree with the approach overall, and maybe some members just want to blame the council all of the time for things that are entirely out of its control, but indeed things that it has seen or has tried to improve for residents. We can knock the 10% rule all you like, but Mr. Hill over there told us how many other cities, including Oxford, Cardiff, and a whole bunch of others, have it at 20 or 25%. And every single city in this country has followed Portsmouth. Southampton, Brighton, the whole lot have followed Portsmouth. So please, let's not knock the council for doing its level best for local residents. And of course, it's been spun so much that residents do blame the council. We hear it in this committee so often. Chair, I've got that off my chest. So on this planning application, I'll wait and see what other members come up with, but it's so difficult in these circumstances to object to these matters, but let's see what happens. But it does strike me now, we're arguing about pinpoints, orange dots and blue dots, and it's no wonder the government's taking the power away from us at this rate.
Thank you for that comment. Councillor Vernon Jackson.
Thank you, Chair. On the last application we looked at, I was happy to propose that we say no because it was clearly outside of our policy. This one clearly is within our policy. I've heard no reasons given by anybody so far to say no to this that would survive an appeal at all. Or is a planning reason to say no. So I'm not keen on HMOs, but there is absolutely no power that I can see that we have, and nobody's given me any reason that would work to say no to this. So I'm happy to propose officers' recommendations with the conditions they've suggested. I think that from the residents, they say when is enough, and the answer is very clear: 10%. That is our rule, and if we have a rule, we need to stick to it. But it means sticking to it in both sides. That means sticking to it where it's over 10%, where we say no, which we did at the last application, and where it's under 10%, we don't say no, which is what I'm going to suggest at this time.
Thank you. Councillor Atwell.
My observation is about sort of the wording used in the report. It would seem to me to be much more honest and transparent if, for example, in 8.28, the wording were changed from "it will not always be physically possible" to accommodate the expected standard on site to "it will rarely be possible to physically accommodate the expected standard on site." Look, I've taken I have a long-held principle view about these things. We have a parking standard. This doesn't reach the parking standard. I shan't be supporting the application.
Okay. Is that a proposal to refuse? No, you just won't be supporting. Okay, I just wanted to check that. Okay. Any other proposals or a seconder for Councillor Vernon Jackson on his proposal to move officer's recommendation? Councillor Vallely. Any other comments or proposals? Okay, so we've just got one proposal in front of us to move officer's recommendation for conditional permission. All those in favour? 1, 2, 3. All those against? 1, 2, 3. And those abstaining? 1, 2, 3. So I guess that gets planning permission based on my chair's. Yeah, I'll have to use my casting vote because no one else is going to change. So we need to get to a decision. So therefore, planning permission is granted. Okay. Thank you for doing the deputations. Councillor Simpson can now go. Sorry, I couldn't bump you up the list earlier on. Agenda item 9, I'm the person doing the deputation, so I think what I'll do is move that to the end for 2 reasons. One is we've got 2 people waiting to do a deputation, and secondly, it means that there's not a changeover twice. So we'll move item 9, 8 Cleveland Road to the end. So we'll move on to agenda item 10, which is 43 Baileys Road, and I believe it's Simon doing the presentation. Over to you.
Thank you, Chair. This is an application at 43 Baileys Road for a change of use from a house and multiple occupation Class C4 to a 7-person, 7-bedroom HMO sui generis. The application has come to committee because of the number of objections received. We're in St Thomas Ward at the northern end of the roads that are west of Victoria Road North, and Winston Churchill Avenue is just to the north, and we're quite close to Fratton Station. It's a terrace street. There is the property from the air and its rear view and garden. There is a property existing. It has a planning history of flexible permissions C3, C4 dating from 2013 and holds an HMO licence for occupation by 4 persons. It is in an area with which already exceeds the numbers of HMOs, the 10% number within the 50-metre radius. As the report sets out, in this case, there is already 31.9. This proposal to increase the occupancy would not change that percentage, as it is already an HMO, but it would increase the occupancy by 3 persons. And so, as members are familiar, we have the scenario of the emerging policy in the draft local plan, PLP 20.2, which expects to refuse applications of increased occupancy proposed in an area already beyond a mixed and balanced community, the 10%. But because that is a not adopted policy yet, it doesn't have full weight, and we have the counterbalance of the lack of the 5-year housing land supply. There is that balance to be made, and in officers' opinion, the balance falls in favour of the 5-year housing land supply and granting permission. Members will make their decision on that with respect to this application. In respect of the floor plans, fairly traditional arrangement as existing. And indeed the elevations with a small rear extension. The proposal is to extensively remodel the property and under permitted development to provide the rear single-storey extension and the roof extension as well in order to get accommodation upstairs in order to provide space for 7 people in 7 rooms. In this instance, the members are familiar, the property, the choice in the SPD is either to have the larger communal kitchen, lounge, dining area and smaller bedrooms, or a smaller communal area and larger bedrooms. In this instance, the applicant proposes the larger combined living space. It's 34.1 square metres, so exceeds the 34.0. And then all the bedrooms need only be 6.51 square metres. You'll see from your table on page 98, they all exceed that comfortably or by a very long way. So the communal space exceeds the standard, and the bedrooms are much larger, some of them much larger than the requirements in the SPD. So there's a front bedroom downstairs. There, in this instance, in this property, we've got 2 shared bathrooms, one on the ground floor, or shower rooms, I should say, one on the ground floor, one on the first floor, and then the shared WC and hand basin. So that bathroom, shower room, WC provision also accords with your standards, and officers are happy that not only the size but the layout, outlook and light for the proposals would provide a good standard of accommodation for the occupiers. Just to confirm the permitted development, roof extension and rear extension. A section to show some of the internal remodelling. And the middle bedroom, that one is looking down the rear alleyway, first floor. The kitchen prior to work commencing, and the current garden as well. In respect of the supplementary matters report, again the MPPF newly published has been considered and the officer recommendation is unchanged. An updated floor plan has been provided, which you have seen already, which shows the existing 4 bedrooms, 1 on the ground floor, 3 on the upper floor. And then we've had 3 further objections since publication of the report concerned, they feel, well, the reference to the density already being above 10% in the area and the harm associated with an intensification of use, points already covered in the report and the presentation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Simon. We have 2 deputations. The first deputation is from Nick Rowe, who's the applicant. You have 6 minutes, Nick.
Thank you. Sorry. Good afternoon, my name is Nick Rowe and I'm speaking in support of the application for 43 Bayleys Road. Please may I have all of the councillors' undivided attention. The property is already a lawful HMO. The application does not create another HMO, remove a family home or alter the concentration of HMOs in the area. It simply seeks permission to increase the occupancy of an existing HMO to 7 people. The officer's report confirms that the proposal complies with the adopted planning policies and standards. Members have previously described HMO proposals as cramming people in, but that description is not supported by the facts. Every bedroom is at least 7.5 square metres compared with the national adopted minimum of 6.5. The property provides 34.1 square metres of communal living space, 2 shared shower rooms, an additional toilet. It also provides external amenity space, bicycle storage and appropriate waste facilities. Shared bathrooms do not mean residents are being crammed in. They are a normal and recognised feature of HMOs expressly allowed for within the council's own standards. This application meets every relevant bedroom, communal space and sanitary facility requirement. There is also no evidence that 7 people sharing a properly designed house will create unacceptable noise. The officer concludes that the proposal is unlikely to have any verifiable adverse effects on neighbouring amenity. A repeatedly asserted concern is not evidence of planning harm. Many developers now target the premium shared housing market, charging around £900 a month for ensuite rooms. Our model is different. By providing good quality rooms with well-designed shared facilities, we provide professionally managed accommodation at a substantially more affordable price. These residents are not receiving substandard or overcrowded housing. They are receiving accommodation that exceeds the required space standards at a price ordinary working people can afford. Refusing this accommodation does not protect affordable housing, it removes it from the market. Neither the highways nor the planning officer has objected. The report states that there can be no justification whatsoever for withholding permission on parking grounds. The property remains entitled to the same maximum of 2 parking permits and the adopted parking requirement remains unchanged. The council has only a 2.4-year housing land supply and its latest housing delivery figure was just 26% of its requirement. Permission should therefore be granted unless identifiable adverse impacts significantly and clearly outweigh the benefits. The officer has identified no such harm. There were 7 objections, but the report confirms that not one objector lives within the vicinity of the application site. I therefore ask members to determine this application using the planning evidence rather than a general opposition to HMOs. We have already seen troubling inconsistency in the committee's decisions at previous meetings. At the same meeting, the committee approved an 8-person HMO at 38 Margate Road, but refused 3 Lawson Roads, which sought to increase an existing 6-person HMO to 7 people. The Lawson Road proposal did not create an additional HMO or change the local HMO concentration. The council's own report concluded that it complied with adopted policy PCS 20 and was acceptable even when assessed against emerging policy PLP 20. All accommodation standards were met. There was no viable harm to neighbours, parking or waste provision. Most significantly, unconditional permission was recommended because officers concluded that the additional occupant did not amount to a material change of use requiring planning permission. Nevertheless, the committee refused it. We have appealed that decision and are extremely confident that it will not withstand independent scrutiny. The report before you refers to 6 previous appeal decisions involving the Campbell and Lane properties. Inspectors concluded that similar occupancy increases did not constitute material change of use. One inspector criticised the council for failing to provide a sound, substantial and defensible basis for its decisions, describing its assertions as vague and generalised. That should concern every member here today. Emerging policy PLP 20 proposes a different approach where HMO concentration exceeds 10%. At Bailey's Road, the concentration is 31.9%. However, PLP 20 is not adopted policy and currently carries only limited weight. The officer expressly concludes that when balanced against the council's serious housing shortfall, refusal on that basis could not presently be supported. Members cannot apply an emerging policy as though it were already adopted simply because they prefer what the future policy might say, nor can an application properly be refused because individual members believe Portsmouth has enough HMOs. This is not statutory planning test. This committee is due to be abolished in October. That change is perhaps unsurprising when properly assessed applications recommended for approval by professional officers are repeatedly refused because of broad opposition rather than identifiable planning harm. A planning committee is not a referendum on whether individual councils like HMOs. Its role is to apply the policies legally enforced and determine the application before it on its merits. Disregarding officer assessments and repeating refusal reasons that inspectors have already found vague and indefensible creates unnecessary appeals, delays housing and wastes taxpayers' money. Repeatedly exposing Portsmouth taxpayers to avoidable appeal costs because of personal opposition to a lawful form of housing is a serious misuse of the committee's decision-making power. Councillors Hunt and Standen have previously raised concerns about HMO vacancies. I could not speak for every operator, but I can with certainty about ours. Our properties, where we have 304 rooms, are fully occupied. There is a real demand for this accommodation. Our residents include working people who cannot afford or do not need an entire flat and people moving to Portsmouth for employment. Good quality shared accommodation is their most realistic housing option. Refusing compliant, professionally managed accommodation does not remove the demand, it reduces the supply of affordable rooms and places further pressure on rents. If this application is refused because members apply an emerging policy as though it is already enforced or because of general opposition to HMOs, we will lodge an immediate appeal. We will place the officer's recommendation, the council's previous appeal defeats and the absence of any defensible evidence of harm before the inspector. We will also reserve our position regarding an application for costs. That will create further delay and expense for everybody, including Portsmouth taxpayers. The same allowing residents who are elected members to exercise these powers responsibly. It is entirely avoidable. I respectfully ask members to apply the planning framework legally enforced today, follow the objective evidence and grant permission in accordance with the officer's recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you for your deputation. Carrie Ann, you have up to 6 minutes.
Thank you for allowing me to speak today. So there's 5 points I'd like to address specifically: the correct planning baseline, the new NPPF, the emerging policy PLP20, and living conditions and parking. This property already has a lawful Class C4 HMO use. It can therefore be occupied by up to 6 people without any further planning permission. The application should not be assessed as an increase from 4 occupants to 7. 4 may be the number most recently occupying the property, but that does not change the lawful planning use. The planning comparison is 6 occupants against 7. That is 1 additional person, or a 17% increase. This application does not create a new HMO, does not result in the loss of a family dwelling, and it does not increase the number or percentage of HMOs in the area. As officers already mentioned, the report refers to the old paragraph 11 tilted balance. The relevant policy is now S4 because this property is clearly within the Portsmouth settlement. S4 says that development within settlements should be approved unless the benefits are substantially outweighed by adverse effects. There is a clear starting point in favour of approval. This proposal provides additional residential accommodation within an existing building in a sustainable location, close to bus routes, shops, employment and the city centre. The issue for members is whether there is any identified adverse effects which substantially outweighs those benefits, and there is not. There are 9 objections which triggered the need for this decision to be heard at committee. Members should consider where these 9 objections have come from. 7 are from addresses in the PO2 postcode, and the remaining 2 are from the same property in PO5 on another street. This is relevant because there are no objections from the immediate neighbouring properties. 43 Baileys Road is already in operating as a HMO. If its existing use was causing significant noise, disturbance, waste or antisocial behaviour, it would be reasonable to expect those living closest to the property to raise those concerns, and they have not done so. Thirdly, HMO concentration and emerging policy PLP20. The officer's report identifies 22 HMOs among 69 properties. We're not trying to say that that isn't a high figure, and that figure will remain whether this application is approved or refused. This proposal does not create another HMO and does not alter the concentration of HMOs. As a committee member of the PDPLA, I know from my involvement in the local private rented sector that with the increase of these larger, better designed, more energy efficient HMOs, many smaller HMOs are now returning to the family housing market. PLP20 is an emerging policy. It is not part of the adopted development plan. Recent appeal decisions at 21 Fraser Road and 50 Chetwynd Road considered the emerging Portsmouth local plan and PLP20 specifically. In both cases, the inspectors concluded that little or no weight could be given to the emerging policy at this stage. These recent appeal decisions are directly relevant as there has been no material advancement of the local plan which would justify a different approach. New NPPF policy DM4 confirms that the weight given to the emergence policy depends on its stage of preparation and resolved objections and compliance within the new framework. If the Council now wishes to give PLP moderate weight, it needs to explain why it's departing from those recent appeal decisions. In any event, PLP20 cannot outweigh the lawful 6-person use, the addition of only 1 person, the unchanged HMO concentration, and the absence of any identified harm. All 7 bedrooms exceed the Council's minimum standard and the communal living space meets the required 34 square metre standard. There are suitable bathroom facilities, natural light, outlook and external amenity space, and the proposed accommodation complies with the Council's adopted HMO guidance. Whether the property is occupied by 6 or 7 people, the parking provision remains the same. The Highways Authority raises no objection, the site is accessible and secure storage for 4 bicycles will be provided. New NPPF policy TR6 allows refusal only when there would be a severe adverse impact on the transport network or an unacceptable impact on highway safety. Neither have been identified. There is also no change in required waste capacity. As to amenity, the report refers to previous appeal decisions concerning increases from 6 to 7 occupants. Inspectors found no demonstrable external amenity effect from the single additional person. There is no evidence that 1 additional resident would result in an unacceptable noise, disturbance, parking demand or antisocial behaviour. General concerns about HMOs are not evidence of harm. New NPPF policy DM3 requires a proportional assessment. This is particularly important here. There is 1 additional occupant in an existing HMO. The HMO concentration is unchanged. Parking entitlement and waste capacity are unchanged. The accommodation standards are met and the Highways Authority has no objection. Habitats mitigation will be secured through legal agreement. PLP currently carries little or no weight based on recent inspector decisions, and even if some weight is given to it, this doesn't outweigh the lawful fallback position and the absence of harm. Councillor Hunt mentioned about PCC standards, and he was quite vocal about it. And actually, I want to applaud PCC for what they've done in terms of like site standards, because they are some of the biggest in the UK. And as I've said before, we operate in councils all over the UK, and we try to impose PCC standards everywhere. 43 Baileys meets all of your standards today, meets the larger standards that we see all over the UK. Councillor Atwell, obviously, is abstaining on parking. I also want to remind members that we've had 5 appeal decisions on parking now refused with costs. We live in Portsmouth is a sustainable city, trying to encourage, and on all the new NPPF encourages sustainable transport and less car use. To refuse an application on no parking, particularly in a parking zone where 2 permits is the standard, whether it's a HMO or whether it's a family home, wouldn't be sustainable on appeal. I ask that you approve in line with officer recommendation today. Thank you.
8 seconds left. It's like you've done it before, Carrie Ann. Okay, thank you for your deputation. That brings us to the end of the deputation. So we're over to members for questions. Councillor Vernon Jackson first, and then Councillor Hunt.
Can I ask, these plots are not very big. Have we got something that shows what proportion of the garden is going to be lost and how much outside space remains? Please.
I do apologise, Council and Committee. I just noticed during the presentation that the site plan isn't included. So let me have a look at it on my separate notes. And I have to zoom in if that is possible. The extension under permitted development, it doesn't let me point and zoom in. The extension under the permitted development would take it just beyond the line of next door to the west. You can see next door projects slightly further north. The extension would give the same difference in projection beyond next door, being a 3 metre deep. So of the rear garden space you can see currently, about 60 to 70% of that would remain even after the permitted development extension is provided. And the bike store is currently shown to the northeast corner. So we did consider that. Yes, we agree it's not a huge garden area. Officers felt it would still just about provide enough space for the 7 occupiers.
So it would just about provide, in planning we try to do things that sit within policy. Does that remaining amount of space, and then if you're going to lose more space to being a bike store, is the remaining space available enough to be able to provide facilities for that number of people? I look at the return, which is light yellow as opposed to brown. Again, is very narrow. I don't know if that in reality is usable outdoor space. So, Simon, does that provide enough usable outdoor space for 7 occupiers?
Thank you, Councillor. That's a judgment that the committee will have to make collectively. You're right. We call the light well the gap down the side of the rear wing. Yeah, I mean, that's just really, especially one facing north, that's a space to get to and fro the back door if it's down the side, and for the rear facing ground floor room to look along it and get some light in. So really, until the garden opens out, as you can see there, minus the 3 metre extension that would be provided and the bike store, as I say, members will decide individually and collectively whether or not they feel that's enough space. Officers felt it would be a usable space for up to 7 people to get out there and be able to sit and stand, have a barbecue. Not a big garden, but sufficient space. That's your judgment. And by the way, we don't have a policy. Some councils have a policy about a certain square meterage of garden space expected for dwellings, for example. We don't have one, so it's a judgment.
Chair, could I also ask, in the emerging local plan, there is a thing about PLP 20. Could Simon, could you read that to us? Well, so Lee, I'm going to ask the officer to read it so that it's on record.
Thank you, Councillor. I'll just find it, turn it up. The policy in full. So the preamble is as follows. In order to support mixed and balanced communities and ensure that a range of household needs continue to be accommodated within the city, development proposals for new HMOs and changes of use to an HMO, including development to increase the occupancy of an existing HMO, will only be permitted where A, less than 10% within a 50-metre radius would result. Development B does not result in a non-HMO being sandwiched, or 3 or more in a row. C, development avoids harm to the amenity of near our residents. And D, the proposal accords with the HMO supplementary planning document. Then moving on to PLP 20.2, particular relevance here. In areas where concentrations of HMOs exceed the 10% threshold, development proposals that intensify the use of an existing HMO, namely change the use of a class C4 or mixed C3, C4 to an HMO in sui generis use, or increase the occupation of an existing HMO, will only be permitted in exceptional circumstances.
So we are being asked with this to say that the proposal that's coming before us is an exceptional circumstance to be able to comply with that policy. Is that correct? And then I've got another question after that.
It's not the proposal itself that is the exceptional circumstance, but the balance and the position of the emerging policy, which doesn't have full weight and has an objection against the wider HMO policy. So that's yet to be tested. So the existing policy isn't adopted and doesn't have full weight. And that needs to be weighed against the shortfall in the housing land supply. So again, that's a judgment that the committee will make as to balance those two things and decide where the balance lies.
Okay, and I think my final question is the deputation said that there are lots of HMOs being handed back and being converted into family housing. My understanding is to do that, there needs to be a change of use from a C4 back to a C3. We get the weekly thing that says all the planning applications that come to us, and I see a couple of those, but I see very few, and I see larger numbers of people applying to increased density or for a certificate of lawful use to say, oh, it's always been an HMO, but we hadn't bothered to tell you. Simon, are there a flood of people handing HMOs back and turning them into family houses in the city?
I'm not aware we have any data to that effect, but to answer your earlier point, although planning permission is required to go from C3 to C4 because of the Article 4 direction, it doesn't prohibit returning from C4 to C3 without needing planning permission. So we don't see applications for any deconversions.
I've got Councillor Hunt, and then I'll come to you.
All right then, gentlemen. So to carry on with Councillor Vernon Jackson's testing of the emerging policy, PRP 20, which I'm sure does concern people. The report says we can give it moderate weight. Is that correct?
Yes, that's right, Councillor. We've had to do...
Sorry, but we have to balance it against the housing land supply.
Yes.
Chair, can I just come in on that point? The new test doesn't include the housing land supply. The new test in the MPPF is policy S4. So it's a presumption that development proposals within the settlement should be approved unless the benefit of doing so would be substantially outweighed by any adverse effects when assessed against the national decision-making policies in the framework.
All right. So that's corrected the report, I believe. So, and would you just comment or confirm, either way, you probably won't be able to, that along Bailey's Road, 34 out of 63 homes, I know we generally do it in a radius, but along Bailey's Road, 34 out of 63 homes are HMOs, and that's somewhere between 54% and 68% of homes along there are HMOs already. Would you dispute it or not?
Well, as you know, we measure the 50-metre radius, not the road, so that's why you've got a different figure.
And I know you won't do it in this particular report, but we know we're allowed to use our common sense, are we not? And we know that Bailey's Road, Margate Road, and so on, is between 75% and 90% houses and multiple occupation. There's no debate about that. It's true, and it's why PLP 20 is in this emerging city local plan. The other thing I'd want to ask, even about the housing land supply, since it's in the report, that there are in Portsmouth, and I want to know whether these are taken into account, notwithstanding what you say about the local housing supplies, but there are 4,000 permissions, or thereabouts, between 4,000 and 5,000 permissions for homes to be built in Portsmouth which have not been built out. Gents, are you able to confirm that or have a view on it in any way?
Yes, I've certainly seen that figure.
And may I ask you then, when you report on these matters, does that take that number into account? So is the, beg your pardon, our deficit in housing land supply, does that take that 4,000 to 5,000 into account or not?
So there's two things that we're judged on. One is providing a supply, or we have been judged on, and one is how we deliver. So there's two things. So the housing land supply is, have we got a sufficient land allocated with permission, etc. So that's something we do have control of because we can allocate sites in the local plan and we can grant planning permissions. The housing delivery test is how many units actually being built against the target that we have. That's something we have less control over because we're not building the units. So yes, my understanding is it's comfortably a four-figure number with either consent or resolve to be granted, which yes, are waiting to be implemented.
All right then. Also, before I go, so the 10% rule, when we discuss PRP 20, that it is, although it's not retrospective, but it means, does it not, that if we were to consider PRP 20, that the 10% rule kicks in when it comes to a further occupier in a property that's already become an HMO.
Yes, so it's saying until PLP 20.2 emerged as a policy, we had just the 10% rule. So this application would have been treated as not a new HMO, and so there was no policy against its increased occupation. That draft policy now exists.
So even though it's an emerging policy now, in due course, if and when the plan is accepted and it's got through, that policy would prohibit any more rooms in a road like Margate Road or Bailey Road.
If adopted as specified, yes, it says it will be will only be permitted in exceptional circumstances.
And but currently it is not adopted, and we don't know where that plan is or what is the objection that's in. Do you have any idea to the policy, where it's come from or what it amounts to?
So our understanding is there's a number of objections to the policy, and it touches on a range of aspects to do with HMOs. But for example, one of the things being requested is a reduction in the 10% to 5%, for example. So in having a lower target. So that's why as I understand it, the policy is subject to objections. That's not the sole objection to it, but there are objections to the policy in that regard.
So if somebody's arguing for 5% now, they're jeopardising even this rule, for heaven's sakes. All right.
Thank you for the question. We're still on questions, members, but we'll move to comments and proposals. Are there any more questions about this application that we've got before us? No. In which case, we'll go to comments and any proposals. Councillor Hunt.
Look, you know, I'm not going to beat about the bush. I heard what the applicant said. I'm not aware anywhere that beg your pardon, sir, I'm not aware that I've ever argued against the number of HMO rooms. I know they're necessary, and I know that they're going to come no matter what. And all I've ever argued is we're pushing up the standards all the time, and that the smaller ones are disappearing, and the more commercial HMOs are coming forward. I'm very sorry if any member of this council has put an objection to PLP 20 on the grounds that they want 5% rather than 10%, if that is the case, because they're jeopardising a whole bunch of stuff, including this emergent policy, which we might be relying upon in due course to benefit residents in places like Baileys and Market and so on. I'm not going to be about the bush. You know, it is when does the straw break the camel's back? And we are allowed to look at PLP 20. We're allowed to look at the emerging local plan, PLP 20, and for the reasons that we described earlier on, in my view, that adding another room, notwithstanding the lack of garden space that Councillor Vernon Jackson might talk about presently, it means that we are adding to we are undermining the residential amenities of the area and undermining mixed and balanced communities by adding another one to an area that is already well oversubscribed by houses in multiple occupation, somewhere between 50 and 75%. This is the reason that the administration looked for a policy into the future which will control what the application that we're seeing today. I'm just very sorry to see that some people want to undermine that already, which is completely crazy. So I'm going to move refusal for the emerging city city policy PLP 20. I have looked and I've looked at the advantage of one additional room, but in my head, adding that additional room the harm is out, the advantage is out, which is the living accommodation, the landing house supply, whatever you want to call it, is outweighed by the harm it does to the local communities and mixed and balanced communities and the residential amenities in the area. And I suspect probably I will want to add in the fact that there's lack of garden space for up to 7 people in this property. I hope I've been reasonably clear. It's
we got there.
It's quite difficult to get your head around things when you're doing this on the hoof. So there you are. I think I've done my level best.
Did you have your hand up, or was it Councillor Inman? Councillor Inman. Okay.
Thank you, Chair. I'm happy to second Councillor Hunt's recommendation to refuse planning as well. 10% is 10%. When we're looking at over 31.9%, it's just too high. If this isn't over-intensification, I don't know what would be. So, yeah, I'm happy to second. It's 3 rooms.
It's actually 3. It's the full. It's additional 3 rooms, but the fallback position would say that you could go to 6, and therefore the planning argument that's being used is +1. But I think that is. So, thank you. Thanks. We haven't even done the vote yet, so thank you. If you can't keep quiet, you'll have to leave the meeting, I'm afraid. Okay. Does anyone else want to? Councillor Vernon Jackson.
Thank you, Chair. I think I find myself in a problem here. This is only increasing this by 1 bedroom because their current permission could mean that they could have 6 people. So this is going from 6 to 7. And when we've had ones coming from 6 to 8 and 6 to 9, that's a clearer thing. This is a small house, and the rooms being provided are not as big. If you look at the previous applications, they've been bigger houses, and the rooms that are being let out are larger. But there is a market, and there's a market for different things, and the works that can take place under delegated powers. We might not like that, but that's what the rule is. I don't see a large number of people leaving the business. I own flats, and I don't see large numbers of people leaving the business or renting things out. And we know that in roads like this, where it's already over 10%, the value of a property that is an HMO is higher than if it's not an HMO. So there is a demand for properties, and landlords are prepared to pay for that. I thought this was relatively simple until we had the deputation, and I'm trying to make sure that I am not reacting in an irrational way to my feeling of being bullied by the applicant. Now I'm having to step away and think, and to try to put that on one side so I don't react in that way. I think the deputation was hugely unhelpful to the case, but that's an applicant's right to do that at any time. But we have an emerging local plan that talks about trying to, being blunt, stop the over-intensification of properties in areas already significantly over the 10% rule. So in this area, we've been told it's already over 30%. So we have to try to make a balanced view. I think for me, the lack of outside space when you want 7 people is just the tipping point that says this is too much. So I think this is a finely balanced decision, and everyone's got to be looked at individually and separately, but I think on the whole, the right decision is to say no, because the emerging local plan has got a policy, and it's our duty to justify that. So I will be supporting the refusal.
Councillor Perry.
I just want to say I agree with what Councillor Vernon Jackson's saying, that the garden space for me is the key. I think if you're going to have 7 people in a home, they need a good outdoor space, and I don't feel that the extension enables that. So I'll be also voting no.
Any other comments? Just to follow on from what Councillor Vernon Jackson was saying, I wrote some notes both during listening to the deputations and since, and a lot of it's actually been covered. And I hope, and I know Carrie-Anne did me a name check when I was ill that time about my attitude to them, but in actual fact I'm really pro HMOs, and I think a lot of people are, and without a doubt the standard, I've been on planning on and off for over a decade now, and without a doubt the standard has been driven up. It is massively improved, and I know I've used this example before, but when I think back to when I was a young teacher, and I suddenly occurred to me after being on planning that we had no lounge at all. We lived literally in the corridor and had bedrooms. So the standards have definitely been driven up. I also think it's worth making the point that this is this is about thinking about the amenity for both the future residents, where I think they benefit from these, but the amenity for the other residents. And I mean, like in a road like this, we know it's a lot of students, but it's for other students as well as other residents who maybe didn't move before 60% of the road got booked up. I just want to finish my point. So there was a reference to there being a preference. This is not preference. These things are really interrogated, and I think it's going to be a shame when we can't do this, because we are listening to the residents in those areas, but also we are looking and scrutinising planning. And that emerging local plan came from hours and hours and hours and meeting after meeting after meeting. Now, it's there for a reason. And actually, I feel, as you know, I feel very strongly that it's there for a reason. I'll be honest with you, I'd like to vote against every single one of them that rips out a ceiling and a floor to get the head height, because I hate what's being done to those houses, but there's no planning reason to object to that. So I have to put that aside. So I actually think that this has been well scrutinised and thought through, and that I didn't want this to come across, particularly from my perspective, as an anti-HMO argument, but a really thought through evaluation of the application we've got in front of us. The fallback permission for me is planning reason, and actually if a lot of the landlords chose to go from 4 till 6, we'd not have a leg to stand on in terms of planning reasons. They could expand under permitted development and use their 6 rooms. But where 3 additional people are being added to a property which has been used as an HMO, it does make a difference to the people living in those areas, as we know. So they're just my point. I mean, I know we've got a proposer in Councillor Hunt and seconded by Councillor Inman, but I just wanted to try and add a reasonable kind of evaluation of the issues that we've got in front of us in 43 Bailey's Road, but also many other roads in the area. Any other comments? Okay, so we've got that one proposal in front of us, which is to refuse planning permission. So all those are based on, sorry, I forgot my things. So I think the 2 things for me that have come out of the discussion are the PLD 20.2, it's particularly the 0.2 bit Simon highlighted, and that adverse effect. And the second one is, do we, committee, want to include the outdoor space? I do know that there was a previous planning application that we refused using the outdoor space that was actually upheld, I believe. And then it came back, and then there was a different application that was put in. Simon.
That's right. From memory, it was 50 Chetwynd Road a couple of committees ago. From memory, that was refused by the committee, including on that reason, increased occupation of the property and a smaller garden area. So I'm not sure we've had an appeal yet, but one might expect one. I think it's incumbent as well. I do apologise again for not having the site plan to show rather than describe the amount of space. The case officer has kindly provided some other examples, which again I can't show you, but they're pretty similar to be fair to the applicant, to the layout proposed and the garden size that would result, approved by this committee in recent times. So, well, each on its own merits. You've had a recent refusal, but you've had other approvals of similar sorts of arrangements.
I'm really sorry, beg your pardon. I'm really guarded about using the garden space thing, because we've had no evidence put up on the screen to see. So it could go for or against or whatever, but to make a decision on something that we haven't seen and no evidence being provided other than a verbal report from the officer seems to be not a smart thing to do.
Do we want to just stick to PLP 20.2? Or do people want to include the garden?
I'm sure the planning inspector...
It was Councillor Vernon Jackson's point to make.
Yeah.
I would put it in. I'd keep it in.
All right, then we'll keep it in.
Sorry, was it Lee Hunt that proposed? It's up to Lee Hunt to decide whether he wants
Yes,
to
we'll
include
put
it or
it
not.
in with a residential amenity, adverse impact on residential. I
Thank
understand
you.
it's permitted development, but the size of the garden will be reduced, and that's the point, isn't it? For 7 people.
Okay. So, and habitats?
I just want to make sure that
Is that where you were going next?
May I?
Okay.
I beg your pardon, Chair. I just want to make sure that in the minutes, when the planning inspector looks at it, that it's in the minutes that we understand that this area is anywhere between 30% and 70% oversubscribed. I'm sure that he or she will take that evidence themselves from the planners, but certainly more than 10%.
We've got one proposal in front of us based on scrutinising the application.
That was including the SPA, wasn't it?
We got that in at the
habitats,
end,
yeah.
and the SPA. We got that in at the end. Any other comments? Okay, we've got one proposal then, forwarded by Councillor Hunt, seconded by Councillor Inman, to refuse planning permission. All those in favour? Unanimous. Okay. Okay, we'll go to agenda item 11, which is 68 Montgomery Road. Simon.
Thank you, Chair. At 68 Montgomery Road, we have an application for change of use from a house in multiple occupation C4 to an 8-person, 8-bedroom house in multiple occupation. The application has come to committee because of the number of objections. We're on the next street north of the last application, so in the same ward, same residential parking zone, same broad location with respect to proximity to local shops and services in the city centre, public transport. It's a terraced street. That's the property, the forecourt there. You can see the proposal has an HMO licence, licences going back from 2014, 2018, 2023, and currently a 5-person licence since 2025. It's a similar scenario to the last application, apart from being from 4 persons to 7. This is 5 persons to 8. So with respect, so very similar matters as before, but for completeness, we're in an area that already has 38.2% HMOs in that 50-metre radius, and you have the emerging local plan policy, PRP 20.2, to be weighed against the housing supply issues, as Juliet has clarified earlier on with the previous application. So that's a decision for members to take on the mixed and balanced community issue arising from an increase in occupancy of 3 persons. Existing floor plans, traditional main body of the house with a rear wing. The house has a wrap-around conservative type development that would be removed. Yes. This is a wrap-around conservatory type of arrangement. The garden goes beyond.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Sorry.
There's the garden beyond. You can see, if you're eagle-eyed, that the entire width of the property is filled because of the infilling of what we could call the light well. There it is, the sort of glazed roof arrangement running down the side of the house. That would come out to open up light and outlook for the rooms looking across it. So you can see the 8 proposed rooms. This would be a prior approval rear extension achieved last year, and there will be roof extensions under permitted development also to provide the extra accommodation space for the extra persons proposed. So on this property, again, the applicant has the choice of a larger combined living space and smaller bedrooms, or smaller combined living space and larger bedrooms. In this instance, all are large. So we have a big communal kitchen, diner, living room, required to be 34 square metres. It's 36.03. And therefore, the bedrooms need to be 6.51. They are all, you can see by eye, they are all much larger than that, ranging from 10.5, 11, 12, 14 square metres. So a very good standard of amenity in terms of size offered for prospective residents. And then the requirement for shared shower rooms, as we have here, is 2 shared shower rooms and a WC with hand basin. There's a WC with hand basin on the ground floor. 1, 2 shared bathrooms and a third one as an extra also on the first floor. So officers are happy with the size of accommodation provided, its general configuration, light and outlook. So just to confirm, to the rear, the ground floor extension under prior approval process and the permitted development roof extension, and a section through to illustrate some of the changes in ceiling heights and so on. There is what was missing from the last one for this particular site, so being quite a large prior approval extension. But again, that is about the same sort of area as with the last application. Sufficient in officers' view to get out there and have some sort of recreational space in order to get some fresh air and some daylight. So this is the existing premises prior to any extensions. So I'll just take you back to the existing floor plans. So in the next photograph, we'll be looking to and from the front and back of this communal room, kitchen diner at the rear. So that's looking towards the front of the house and then looking towards the back of the house. There's the side window, currently with the conservatory there. That would be taken out and opened up.
Can we request minimal cursor movement?
I'm sorry.
Because of Councillor Vallely.
I'm sorry, Councillor.
I mean, if you need to point to something, then obviously we need to do that, but it's the moving around.
Just a couple of rooms here. Bedroom 2 is the ground floor bedroom, so that is the window looking down the light well. Quite a decent sized window there. Yeah, that would be retained. The first floor bathroom. Bedroom 3, this is with a bay window, you can see that's upstairs at the front of the house. Bedroom 4, this is at the middle of the house, first floor, looking down the light well. And the current garden, the proposal is to remove the older shed and have a newer bike store in that garden. In terms of the supplementary matters updates, not published here, but we've heard back from private sector housing. They just confirm a new licence will be required for the extra occupiers. They rehearsed the references to ceiling heights and ventilation and so on, but in the round, layout is sufficient for 8 persons according to licensing for the kitchen, bathrooms, and so on. The new MPPF, as per the other applications, doesn't change our overall considerations of this application and the matters involved. And then we've just had a floor plan, which you've seen already. It was an amendment just to include the window looking down the garden in the proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Simon. No, were you expecting to do deputation? No, you're just here for the... Yeah. Okay, all right. I just would have thought I'd double check because there wasn't anything on the list. Okay, questions? Councillor Hunt.
So I wonder if the officers would agree with me that that if this draft policy PRP 20 of the new local plan was adopted in its current form, it actually strengthens the council's position in relation to HMO's 10% rule, because it actually becomes policy rather than a supplementary planning document. Is that right?
Yes. So currently you're only in a adopted SPD, so a supplementary document. But if adopted, that will put the 10% onto a statutory footing in the local plan, Councillor.
Thank you. So this is a very important emerging policy for the reasons being described. And I really hope that nobody in here is objecting to it.
Okay. Is there any question, are there any questions relating to this application we have in front of us for officers? Question?
Yeah, all right then. Would the officers agree with me that this area is called the Ladder? It's known locally as the Ladder, and you may not know that, but it is. It's called the Ladder, and that the area is already oversubscribed with HMOs to about between 60 and 70%. And as we've heard from the officer, you've agreed that already within the 50-metre radius, it is 38.2%, just for the minutes. Is that right?
That question?
Yeah. Do they agree with me?
Do they agree? I think they agree with the statistics that they've put on the report.
Well, I don't know about the 60 to 70% figure, but the 38.2 is in front of you, yes.
Yes. All right.
Thank you. Any more questions? I'm sensing it's going to be more comments. Anyone want to make any comments or a proposal? Councillor Inman just got in there first. Councillor Hunt.
Thank you, Chair. I think we need to have some consistency. I think it's important as a planning team. And if we've refused others, not just in this meeting, but the two previous meetings for breaking PLP 20, then this clearly breaks PLP 20, so it should be refused. Not only does it over the 10% mark by 38, it's 7 HMOs next door to each other. The PLP 20 says no more than 3. There's 7 in this street, concurrent, which, again, like I say, so I'm going to propose that we refuse this on grounds it breaks PLP 20 twice.
Okay. Councillor Hunt.
So more or less what I'm going to say too, but we have to understand that what we're talking about here is the addition of these new rooms and people adversely impact mixed and balanced communities in an area already oversubscribed with HMOs at anywhere between 38.2% and more widely, and I think the wider context is really important, around 60 to 70%. And that the addition of these new people and has an adverse impact on the other people that live around there for the reasons you described, Chair. So whether we have to, it's an emerging local plan, and we are informed in the report, councillors, that we can give moderate weight to it, but we have to set it alongside the other issues that officers have told us about today, which I have done. But because this area is it is high concentration of HMOs, not least within the 50-metre radius, it seems to me that the harm caused by accepting the plan accepting the advantage of accepting the application is outweighed by the harm that it would cause for the reasons that we have just described. I hope I've got that right. I think I have.
Thank you. Anyone else want to make a comment?
Well, I'm sorry, I'm late. I'm question. So Carrie Ann said that we're doing this because there's an appeal in. Are we just going through the motions because the inspector's going to make this decision? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, so it's with the inspector, but they will get the minutes of this meeting, I understand, which may or may not influence what they decide to do. Is that correct?
They will consider the resolution of this committee.
Okay. Councillor Parry.
Yeah, can I second, because I don't think anybody else has,
That's true.
Councillor Income.
Carl said, sorry.
So Councillor Inman
Inman, thank you.
proposing, Councillor, did you get anyone seconding? No? No. Councillor Perry seconding. Refusing planning permission based on PLP 20.2. Was there the outdoor space on this one as well? It was mentioned, but we haven't mentioned it.
I'm interested in this. What
habitats?
Do we get it? Sorry, you mentioned when there was an appeal earlier, Chair, that the officers will prepare a statement. Is that correct? There's not appeal on this one, but there's appeal on previous.
No, it used to be. It used to be that the officers would. I understand. I can be corrected that there would be a report that was based on the planning committee, which went in support of Portsmouth at the appeal stage, but that from the 1st of April was replaced with the officers not having to prepare that report, but merely to pass on the minutes of the meeting, which of course hopefully would have the reasons why. Is that correct?
Yeah, just to confirm, because it's a non-determination appeal, our understanding is we still get to submit a statement. So, so we would be able to capture the debate today in our statement, Chair.
Well, it's a good thing to do this. May I further ask, in future, well, we're not going to get to chuck anything out anymore anyway, but I hate to use it in those terms, gents. But if we refuse things in future, wherever we sit, or the planning committee, will we get to see those minutes before they are sent off to a planning inspector? Because we might think some things have been left out.
Good question. So the minutes are, I'm going to look at my colleagues, typically produced when the agenda comes out, the draft minutes. So there'll be a week to raise anything that you thought was missing from the previous minutes before they're agreed at this meeting.
Thank you. So I just need some clarification from Councillor Inman, whether with this one, did we mention outside space or not? I know it was raised as a thing, but do we want to include it or just stick to PLP 20 and the habitats statement, which I know always goes in?
Well, for me, again, I have been given, I'm so sorry if but we've got to be correct. I haven't had any evidence about outside space other than something verbally.
There was a picture.
I don't. Then I'll be guided by others.
Yeah.
So, sorry, Chair. Having seen the picture of the outdoor space, I think that would be very difficult to sustain. So my suggestion would be
Is
not
that
to use it.
picture prior to the permitted development, though? I think it is. If you go back to the plan. The plan leaves very little space between the back of the extension and that. Is that prior to permitted development extension?
I believe so.
Yeah,
So I would say where the officer, assuming the officer took this picture, the extension would come somewhere to his right shoulder, I think, more or less. I think you would get about the space you can see in front of you, but that is my estimation by eye rather than a measurement.
The footprint of the cycle shed will be the same.
Sorry, Councillor Atwell.
Sorry, the footprint of the cycle shed. Is that? Oh, it's gone that way.
I agree. I think we should keep it in, Chair, please, because I think it is going to be too small. By the time you put that extension on the back, you replace it. Even though we're going to take the shed down, there's still a cycle shed to go in. I don't think there's going to be a big enough garden for 7 people.
So it'll be the same reasoning
For 8
as
people,
the
sorry.
previous application to refuse.
And that's permitted development, is it? Yeah.
It was it was a prior approval, larger home extension.
I accept all of that.
Any other comments? So we have one proposal from Councillor Inman, seconded by Councillor Perry, to refuse planning permission based on the things that we've rehearsed many times. All those in favour?
Oh, Chair, just
Oh,
and
sorry.
the habitats regs, please.
I've already
Yes.
got that in there. Yeah, you were distracted, David. To the three same reasons. All those in favour? Unanimous, again. Excellent. Okay, I know psychologically we've got to the end of the meeting, but in reality we haven't, because we've got one more. So Councillor Vallely and I will swap spaces.
Shall we begin? So who's doing the presentation this time? Thank you, Simon.
Thank you, Chair. This is an application at 8 Cleveland Road. It's an application for a certificate of lawful developments for the proposed increase in occupancy of an existing HMO from 6 persons to 7 persons. The application has come because of the blanket call-in of Councillor Vernon Jackson and at the specific request of Councillor Gerardo. Just to locate you, Cleveland Road is that east-west road off Fawcett Road, at the northern end of Fawcett Road, where it's approaching the big roundabout and Fratton Station. So it's the northern end of the Fawcett Road local centre, just off the High Street. It's a terraced house. You can see from the roof lights upstairs, the roof has already been accommodated, and there's a rear extension that we can see in a future photograph. Now, members, this is not a planning application, it's an application for lawful development. I've got some text prepared to you in terms of the Planning Act and the National Planning Policy Guidance, in case any members want me to take them through the difference between a planning application and a lawful development certificate. I'll skip over those next two slides, but I'll be very happy to come back to them to talk you through that, should you want me to. Okay, we can do that straight away then. Okay. So, I've tried to put it in simple summary to start with before I take you through the legislation and the planning guidance. But in simple summary, these are my words. A planning application engages local or national planning policy. So you consider the merits of the application, be it parking, trees, is a development appropriate scale or materials or design, myriad other things that can crop up in any planning application. Those are the planning merits that you will consider in the context of planning policy. A certificate of lawfulness does not engage policy. Instead, it's a test of whether or not planning permission is required. If planning permission is required, you have to say, I'm sorry, we can't grant the certificate. Planning permission is required. They're applying for a certificate to confirm that planning permission is not required. That's the outcome they are seeking to achieve, and that's the authority's decision to take. Should any lawful development certificate be refused, they may go on to, the applicant may go on, I'm talking generally, go on to apply for planning permission. So, but in this test of lawfulness, you don't engage with the planning merits about parking or local occupancy or scale and so on. It's simply whether or not it constitutes planning permission, whether or not it requires planning permission. So how do we determine whether or not something requires planning permission? Section 55 of the 1990 Planning Act sets out what development is. Planning permission is required for development, and it defines what development is. Development means the carrying out of building, engineering, mining or other operations in, on, over or under land. Or in the case of this application, development is if there's a material change in the use of any buildings, that constitutes development. So is it a material change? Not a change of use from one use class to another, because there may not be a material change, although it's changed class. So I'll continue to elaborate on that. So the NPPG, the National Planning Policy Guidance, gives us indeed guidance. Helpfully, it asks the question, when does a change of use require planning permission? And it says, a change of use of land or buildings requires planning permission if it constitutes a material change of use. There's no statutory definition of material change of use. However, it is linked to the significance of a change and the resulting impact on the use of land and buildings. So as you know from these applications, we will rehearse what those changes are, the significance and resulting impact in terms of comings and goings, noise, parking, bins, etc. So whether a material change of use has taken place is a matter of fact and degree, and this will be determined on the individual merits of a case, of course. So leading to an application for a certificate of lawfulness for a proposed use under section 192 of the 1990 Act, if a person wishes to ascertain whether any proposed use of buildings or land would be lawful, he or she may make an application for the purpose to the local planning authority, specifying the land and describing the use or operations in question, in this instance one extra person occupying an existing HMO. If, on an application under this section, the local planning authority is provided with information satisfying them that the use or operations described would be lawful if instituted or begun, at the time of the application, they shall issue a certificate to that effect. If they think otherwise, they shall refuse the application. So taking you back to the guidance, a local planning authority needs to consider whether, on the facts of the case and relevant planning law, the specific matter is or would be lawful, i.e. not require planning permission and be immune from enforcement action. And then, as I said earlier, I repeat, planning merits, parking, scale, materials, are not relevant at any stage in an application for a lawful development certificate. That is the national position set up by successive governments across decades and decades. So that is why for this application you can't consider the merits of the application with respect to the community balance or parking or noise. The question is, would one extra person result in a material change of use? So that is why in the report on page 90 we've rehearsed the difference that one person may effect with respect to noise levels in para 6.7. Do officers think one extra person would result in any material change of use, a significant effect? We don't. Para 6.8 considers parking. The parking expectation is the same for a 6 or 7 person HMO, so we don't think there's such an effect there. The number of bins remains the same, para 6.9, and 6.10, we don't have any evidence in front of us that one extra person would increase materially antisocial behaviour. And then the rest of the report takes you through the numerous examples we've got of exactly the same question at other sites across the city in recent years and inspectorate decisions. So I've taken you through at a canter the relevant matters. For completeness, the property is already an HMO and it achieved a certificate last year based on many years or 10 years of tenancy agreements, statutory declaration, council tax and licensing. So there was a whole body of information, hence the certificate was granted for a C4, that's up to 6 persons. As extended under permitted development, the property is used for 6 bedrooms. The further room in the roof at the front is currently used as a study room, a spare room, and that's where the extra person would be accommodated were the certificate granted. But again, we haven't rehearsed the adequacy of the accommodation because that's a planning merit that you can't test in an application for a certificate of lawfulness. So that would be bedroom 7. We're showing you this for completeness. And then lastly, just reminding you of the physical nature of the property externally. The roof has already been converted with the roof lights and the rear extension. With respect to the supplementary matters,
if you're saying that we can't look at room sizes, all the rooms could be 2 square inches large and we wouldn't be able to look at that.
the planning authority wouldn't, but licensing would.
Yeah, well, no, we don't trust the licensing department to do anything useful, do we?
Shall I complete the presentation? Yeah. Supplementary matters. There were just 2 typos in paragraph 2.1. With apologies, it said section 191. It should be section 192. And instead of existing use, it should have read proposed use. Next one, for clarity, the MPPF doesn't change the matters around lawful development certificates because policy is not in play. And lastly, well, that confirms that with the final paragraph. Thank you.
Chair, could I apologise? I shouldn't have been so nasty about the licensing department.
Correct. Thank you. So we're on to deputations, and I believe we just have one from Councillor Horton. Go ahead.
Thank you.
6 minutes.
Okay, so a lot of the points that I'm going to make have been rehearsed, so I'm going to try and skip through what I've said. But I do want to say that at a previous meeting, I did a deputation on 279 Fawcett Road, where the committee agreed with me that planning permission was needed to go from a 5 to 7 bedroom that was looking for a certificate of lawful development, but that was for existing use, and this is actually for proposed use. So although it's for only 1 extra as opposed to 2 extra, we have already scrutinised this in a previous meeting. And I also know that members have to look at the application before them, But we often look to other things to reinforce a point, as we did this morning, like about Chelsea Road and building walls and stuff. And so we have to look for consistency in our decision making. So basically, the points that I want to make is obviously, and notwithstanding what Simon's just outlined in terms of the process, I think that planning permission is needed due to the impact that the change of use would make on the amenity of both the occupants and their neighbours. So a certificate of lawful development for an HMO for 7 beds, but there's similarly to the last time I spoke, and I can't get my head around this, that is planning history doesn't indicate that a change of use was made from a C4 to a SUI. So it seems to be different from when you've got a SUI generous where you're adding 1 or 2 or 3, although we obviously the local the proposals that we've been talking about relate to that. But this, for me, is somebody who's had a C4 and then can just, through a certificate of lawful development, become a SUI. So I do think that that is development, and I do think that that is that change of use is material, and therefore needs planning permission. That's my primary argument. Otherwise, what would stop the rampant expansion of HMOs with no regard to planning? Because they'd just be able to get through this route. So my main point is the emerging local plan one, which we've discussed quite a lot today, but that's in areas of, which with more than 10% HMOs, and that should be allowed in exceptional circumstances. We've talked about that. Now, I understand why officers don't think it's necessary to include the percentage of HMOs in this area as it's an application for certificate of lawful development, but I can ensure the committee that this property is situated in an area of way above 10%, and adding just 1 room, I believe, will make a material difference in the character of the activities and the area. And this is completely contrary to the direction this council has clearly communicated is best for its residents as we approach the adoption of the local plan. And again, this is something that I've highlighted before, but the consideration should be given in deciding whether it needs planning permission to the cumulative impact of all HMOs in the area potentially expanding. So a quick look at the HMO database says 22 houses out of 47 houses on that road are already HMOs. So if all of those houses added 1 more room, that would be 22 more rooms, or the equivalent of at least 5 extra HMOs. I know that is just a thought experiment, but what we're trying to do is stand up for the amenity of people who are both living in these HMOs and around them. And so I believe it does make a difference to the negative, to an already imbalanced community. I'm just going to skip over some of this because we've discussed it. I do want to make this point, which is part of the reason why I've come out of the chair, because it's not strictly planning permission, but let's not allow anyone to think that when a study appeared in an HMO application, that we at the time did not know that this would eventually become a bedroom. We've seen it, this expansion by stealth, to become a sui generis time and time again, and I'm hoping that, and that is the backdrop to the emerging local plan PSP 20 that we've been talking about. It's not about trying to annoy developers, it's about trying to maintain a balanced community. So I'm aware there's an appeal for non-determination, and also where the decision and the reasons for it will go to the inspector. So I get all that and what we've been talking about, but I really hope that this will add weight to their decision and attention is drawn to the importance of PLP 20 for the sake of our already unbalanced communities. I think we need to do this while we can, and test out the emerging local plan. So I can suggest what your reasons might be if you were minded to support me, but I think they've been well rehearsed, so I'll stop there.
Thank you, Chair. Well, this came up yesterday. I've done a bit of digging and researching last night. Can I just check with the solicitor? the certificate of lawfulness, isn't the onus on the applicant to prove that it's lawful rather than for us as a council to prove it's unlawful?
I think that's more appropriate in terms of evidence. If you've got existing use, which is under section 191, you would provide evidence of, the leases, licenses for the rooms, etc., to cover a 10-year period. You're not required to do that for a proposed use. So it's saying, well, this room can be used as an HMO.
The way I read it, it was like the onus is on the applicant to prove that going from 6 to 7, the onus is on them to prove that it wouldn't be a major change.
Yeah, fundamentally, in submitting a certificate of lawfulness, what the MPPG guidance says is the onus is on the applicant to demonstrate to the local planning authority that what they want to do is lawful. So that's either as a proposed or if it's an existing use. So, yeah, the onus is on the applicant, yeah.
Councillor Hunt, did you have your hand up?
Yeah, I just want to get it clear in my head. I beg your pardon, I'm a simple person. But, so we already have it, it is already an HMO, we know that. So this isn't about a lawful development for an HMO. It is about the lawful development of a room that may or may not already be being used within that property. Do we know if it is being used, and is this why we're seeing this? Because what's happening is the licensing people are catching up with the HMOs, and they've gone in there and found this extra room, I suspect, and therefore this has produced the application today. That's my suspicion. But it is, am I right?
Whether or not it is already in use as a bedroom, the 7th room, doesn't change the decision you make. You've got to decide whether or not you think that increase in occupancy constitutes a material change in use. I don't know if that's been changed or not already. I note the licences for 6 persons. That was licensed a year ago.
So really the thing I was going to come on to is, why have they gone down this route rather than a planning application? And why did the ones we heard just now not go down this route? Any idea?
There's a good question, which has come up a couple of times in the last couple of meetings, actually. How can I answer this? From a professional point of view, I would have to always say to someone, you should apply for the lawful development certificate, because our very clear view is that notwithstanding that 7 occupiers in a HMO would be classed as a sui generis HMO, and 6 occupiers is a C4, there's a wealth of decisions that we now have from the inspectorate. There was even central government guidance as far back as 2010 saying that does not mean it's a change of use. Just because the title that you put against the use is different doesn't mean it's a change of use. However, my understanding is, well before my time at PCC, applicants took the view that it was quicker or there was an acceptable risk, let's say, in actually just applying for planning permission if they felt that their scheme was compliant with our guidance and layout and room sizes, etc. And that was actually quicker than trying to win an appeal on a lawful development certificate that might take them a year. And there may be, an 80% chance they would get their planning application approved, but nonetheless, they felt that was an acceptable kind of risk and quicker than waiting for PINs to give them a planning permission. So that seems to have been, in effect, an approach that arose as a result of the committee taking a consistent view that going from 6 to 7 needed planning permission. So they might as well apply for planning permission and see if they could actually get consent that way. In terms of the personal choice of the applicant, they can pursue either route. They can put the certificate in, as they've done in this case, or they can apply for planning permission. Well, we've set out our very clear view that it's not a material change of use in this instance.
Councillor Inman.
Thank you, Chair. Looking at the planning history for this property, we've never actually had they got a certificate of lawfulness to become a HMO in the first place, because it had been there for 10 years. That was back in August 2025. January this year, they've now applied for another certificate of lawfulness to increase it by 1. What's stopping them from then putting, if we grant it today, to then put another certificate in to increase it by 1 again? And at what point can that stop?
Yes, so, I mean, this is a point made by Councillor Horton in her deputation. So, at some point, there will be a material difference between the use of the HMO for a certain number of people between C4 and sui generis. So, I think in terms of that fear that you could just keep incrementally adding one person as a natural limit anyway, because you won't be able to get that many people into the property, but also at some point it will actually be a change of use from the original numbers in the HMO, whether that's 4, 5 or 6 to 8, 9, etc. Bearing in mind there may never be the capacity in the building to get to that level. So you've seen on the agenda for 43 Bayleys Road and 68 Montgomery, that those increases in those cases, so let's say for 68 Montgomery we were going from, I believe, 5 to 8 occupiers, that we did take the view that definitely needed planning permission. So there will always be a trigger at which point you will get to a material change use, and then it will come under our control. But 6 to 7 isn't the trigger.
Thank you, David. Any more questions?
So going from 3 to 6, then we go to 7, in your professional opinion, isn't a change of use, but going to 8 or 9 would be.
So again, it's not quite straightforward, and this is why the Campbell and Lane decisions are important. What matters was the use at the time and where you go to. So if you have, so let's say you have 4 people occupying the property, a smaller HMO, you then, as a single operation, go in, extend the roof, extend the rear of the property, and you get to an 8-bed. That's, for us, clearly a material change of use. Your the amount of activity, the requirements, the waste requirements, etc., are that's significant enough that that's a material change of use. It's more complicated in a scenario where, let's say you do have 4 occupiers, you can go to 6, and we have no control over that. That's clearly within C4. You can have up to 6 occupiers. Where it gets more difficult is if you did, you went to 6, which you can lawfully do, and then you went to 7, or possibly even 8, because again, it's the difference between the steps that you took up to 6 and then beyond. So it's not always a cut glass, a definitive position that you said. We started with 4, we've gone to 6 lawfully. You may still be able to go to 7 lawfully, without causing changes, but it depends on the time frame that takes place as well, because it's all about the 10-year period for the lawfulness. So this is why this is rehearsed in the Campbell and the Lane decisions, that they were either lawful by the passage of time anyway, or that they were lawful because a material change of use didn't occur when they went up to 7. So it's not a straightforward issue, I'm afraid.
And the last question from me then is, the previous certificate of lawful development took them up to how many?
So that, let me just, and Simon, correct me if I'm wrong, so that's at a C4 use, so that would be up to 6 occupiers.
So it went, and that was to become an HMO?
No, what they did is establish that for more than 10 years they had used the property for a C4 HMO.
And their certificate of lawful development was for 6, which they achieved?
It's effectively just a C4, which allows them to have up to 6 people. Yeah.
And now 7, all right.
Can we move on to comments, or do we have any more questions?
So I actually do believe that the shift from a C4 small HMO to a sui generis large HMO is a material change of use. I believe the change would significantly alter the HMO's impact on the surrounding areas, with such things as local infrastructure, parking, noise, waste management and residential amenities. So I propose that it does actually require planning permission.
Thank you, Councillor Cordy.
I'm happy to second that. I don't think we would have PLP 20 in the emerging plan if we weren't concerned that increasing room sizes by one would, otherwise we wouldn't have had PLP 20 invented. So I would say I would second that.
Thank you.
It's really simple. Planning app permission for an HMO is for 6 people. That is the words written in English. That means up to 6 people. When I last looked at the English language, 7 was more than 6. Therefore, it is absolutely plain and clear, without a shadow of a doubt, that it has to have planning permission, because if not, then people in planning don't read the English language.
As David said, moving from a C4 to a sui generis is not necessarily a material change of use. So it just because you're going from a C4 to a sui generis does not mean you need planning permission.
But we're being asked whether we believe as a committee that we do. And from what I'm gathering, I think we do.
I'm just saying what the law is.
Any more comments, please? We're stunned into silence, my goodness.
I'm ever so sorry to go.
Councillor Hunt.
Sorry, Chair. Are we allowed to look at the cumulative impact and take into account, I beg your pardon, David, it's a two-pronged. We're allowed to look at the cumulative impact and the fact that in this area it is already oversubscribed by about the 30, whatever Councillor Horton said it was. Therefore, as night follows day, it's going to have an adverse impact on residential.
Can you speak into the microphone,
Sorry,
please?
I beg your pardon. I usually criticise everybody else for that. So, as night follows day, because it is already oversubscribed in the area, exceeds a 10% rule, are we allowed to take into account the adverse impact? Sorry, can we argue the adverse impact that the cumulative impact in this house and around will make on mixed and balanced communities?
So, no, the short answer is no. So you're only considering the area within the red line on the application side. Is it lawful for an extra person to occupy that building? Because does that make a material change of use? I appreciate the point that's been made and was made in the deputation by Councillor Horton about the cumulative aspect of it. But no, we can only control what we can control, and there are limits to that. So you can only look at the individual case before you about whether this one extra person. You can speculate on a fear of how that happening up and down the street, but ultimately, for this lawful development certificate, you're only looking at the building within the red line.
And the last thing then, it doesn't say sui generis in the title.
The description of development, yeah. Well, no, I mean, it's asking the question. So the asking the question, is it lawful for an extra person to occupy this as a 7th person? So it's a fact and degree assessment on if 7 people are occupying the property as opposed to 6, whether that's requires planning permission. So that's the assessment that needs to be made.
The certificate would limit it to 7 persons if that's what you're after.
But as Councillor Vernon Jackson says, we can't consider room sizes, and that would be down to licensing, all that sort of thing. So we could turn around and give planning permission to something, but licensing would say, hang on a minute, you shouldn't have done that. It's crazy.
Well,
absolutely crazy.
Yeah, licensing wouldn't say you shouldn't have done that. They're obviously just separate legislative frameworks.
They wouldn't give the permission. I understand.
Chair, if I may assist. So Councillor Cordy has identified that, in his opinion, there is a material change of use and has given his reasons why. He hasn't attached that to policy and cumulative impact and so on. So that is a recommendation, a resolution to the committee. So the committee must either decide to grant or refuse the lawful development certificate.
So we have one proposal.
So it has to be attached to policy or not?
No.
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 It's just a
No.
judgment by us.
Yes, the judgment, if you decide you think it is a material change of use, therefore planning permission is required, therefore you cannot issue a certificate, so you would refuse the application.
Sorry, Chair, just for the record, for the minutes, so in case it does go to an inspector for reports, can I just say that I don't believe that, beyond reasonable doubt, that the applicant has proven to me that this is not a material change. That makes sense.
Just for recording for the minutes, so the test is not reasonable doubt, but balance of probability. So it's a lesser. It's not a legalistic test, but just to clarify, it's a lesser test.
Any more comments? Or have we made our decision, actually? So we have one proposal raised by Councillor Inman. Oh, so sorry, Matt. Councillor Cordy, and seconded by Councillor Inman. Is anybody in agreement that we don't give planning permission? I think those are the right words.
We're refusing the lawful development certificate.
Refuse the certificate
That we
of
refuse
lawfulness
the certificate
for the reasons as set out.
for the reasons already set out. Show of hands, please. It's unanimous. Thank you, folks. That we need to talk about today, guys? No? Hooray. Thank you.
Could I ask one thing before? Will lawful development still come to a committee, or will they be decided by yourselves?
No, they would be Schedule 1 applications, so they would be delegated, yeah.